Hey everybody, and welcome back to another Crimson Scales class review video. This one on the Orchid Thornreaper, a character who uses thorns to place them around the map, hazardous terrain that can kind of stop enemies from being able to get close to you. I've generally always liked classes like that can't be my favorite class, that gets to place obstacles around, gets to sort of mess with enemy focus and movement paths. I've always really enjoyed that kind of way of playing, so this could be a good one for me. Also, you use elements a lot. You use your earth element and you need to consume it to be able to do some abilities, like full stop. You have to have an element to be able to do the ability, which means that the element kind of economy on this character is also very important. If you are new around here and wondering what is the Crimson Scales, well, it is a fan-made expansion to the Gloomhaven base game from the physical board game. Fan-made, not-for-profit, and you could go over to thecrimsonscales.com if you would like to check out the project. There are print and play files there. There are also a link to a tabletop simulator mod that you can download. This character is from the Trail of Ashes, which is an add-on to that add-on. There was a physical print version of this game available for a certain time. I don't think it is available anymore. Who knows, it might come back in the future, but it's a very highly kind of polished fan-made content, probably some of the best that's ever been made for any board game ever. So very much encourage you to check it out, and having new classes to play with is always a hell of a lot of fun in Gloomhaven, and a lot of these classes have been really good and rival, if not better, some of the actual official classes that are available. Quickly, before we get started, a big thank you to all of my supporters over on patreon.com/mandatoryquest, especially my legendary tier, Mike, Kira, and Truck Driving Gamer. Thank you guys. You're both awesome, and everybody who supports over there, you are all awesome. If you would like to catch me live, come over to twitch.tv/mandatoryquest, where I stream Gloomhaven pretty regularly, 3 days a week. So if you'd like to come and hang out, we're playing Crimson Scales at the moment, and we'll be going into Frosthaven when my physical edition comes. And I do very much appreciate everybody who subs over on the Twitch as well. Okay, enough of an intro. Let's get into the Orchid Thornreaper. So long ago, when the humans and Valraths were waging wars and Quattrals were discovering technology, Thornreapers retreated to the forests to contemplate what will surely come. Cities were raised, monstrosities wandered the world, and Thornreapers meditated. These earth-attuned orchids ultimately realized that the world will not be spared from other races, not without intervention. Thornreapers use their mastery of arboreal magic to this end, living among the other races to monitor how their societies affect the natural world, and when necessary, use force to protect it. Pretty cool. So basically, we're like protecting nature and the environment, I guess, right? That's the idea here. We're kind of like, you know, we're tree huggers in that sense. Look at this Merc, you get the I Am Groot vibe from him. Yeah, that's the kind of thing that I was thinking too. Kind of just in tune with the planet of Gloomhaven. I mean, is Gloomhaven a planet? I mean, I honestly don't know the lore about what the planet of Gloomhaven is called, or the world is generally called. Because obviously Gloomhaven is just a region, or well, it's a city, and then there's the region. I'm not quite sure what the world is called, but I guess that's what we're protecting. Okay, so makes sense. Let's get on to the actual character mat, shall we? Okay. So the Thornreaper, we have 11 cards. Nice. That's a pretty healthy hand size there. That's good to see. Thorns. So this will be our mechanic. The Thornreaper envelops their enemies in deadly thorns by placing hazardous terrain tiles called thorns on the map. Thorn tiles can only be placed in featureless hexes. So features are things like obstacles and stuff like that. That's what features mean. So you can put them in hexes with people. A hex with no overlay tile is considered featureless. There you go. Allowing you to place thorns in a hex with a figure if the hex is otherwise featureless. Yeah. You can place up to 7 thorn tiles on the map. If you place an 8th, you must first remove any existing thorn that is placed furthest from you. Okay. Abilities which allow you to place any terrain are optional. Cool. Elements. You also have actions with a consume earth consumption depicted in the upper left corner of the card. If they do, you must consume to perform any part of this action. Additionally, many of your abilities generate an element if another is strong or waning, which can be generated without performing any other part of the action. What? Elements generated. I'm not quite sure what that means. Which can be generated without performing any other part of the... I guess we'll see that in a card, because that's kind of unique. This is not actually that unique, just the placement, I guess, of the icon is a little bit different than usual, right? But that doesn't seem particularly unique to me. This is unique, though. Because usually you have to perform part of an action to do anything, so... That's kind of unique. That 59 and 60 you see down in the bottom right of the character mat, those are the numbers of the personal quest cards you can add into the personal quest deck if you want to add them to the ongoing campaign. Ah, there you go. Okay, well, we'll see this as it goes on. I think it's basically, I mean, this is very common anyway. They've just moved the icon to the upper left, I guess, to just quell any kind of to quell any kind of confusion on that. But this is a little bit different down here. So in terms of health, we have 9 health at level 1, and we scale up pretty well. So, you know, this character's not a complete glass cannon. You know, this is a decent amount of health, good amount of cards, good amount of health. So, you know, if I was to be a gambling man here, I would say we're probably going to be a bit of a melee character. I mean, there is a nice melee looking card there, but that would be my feeling. We've got a good amount of cards, good amount of health. We're probably going to be able to sit in there and attack and stuff like that. I wouldn't be surprised if we have some tanking elements to this character either. Like, thematically, we could, like, wrap ourselves in thorns. I wonder if retaliate will be a big element of this character too. Like, you know, thorns is generally like a retaliate style mechanic in other games, so, or it can quite often be. So we'll see. No, top left just means this entire action cannot be performed if you don't do this. Some to say summons an officer. Yeah, what I'm saying is that it's not like, I feel like you could display, that doesn't necessarily have to be, or had to be displayed in the top left. It's just, it's good signaling for them to put it in the top corner. Like, it makes a lot of sense because it makes it very clear that that's the intent. But I was like, you could maybe move it somewhere else. I don't know. You think Frosthaven rules specifically mention that? Oh, okay. So it's like a general game layout change as well. Gotcha. Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, like, this sounds good. I mean, let's see what these thorns do, I guess. So I was going to say about the artwork and stuff on this character. I actually feel like the artwork's pretty cool. Character looks very neat. A little bit strange that we kind of like a blue orchid, maybe. You know, like, but I guess orchids kind of all look fairly similar in that respect. Like, we're kind of like we're kind of like an offshoot of the Doomstalker, right? Like, Doomstalker's kind of got that vibe too. Like, we're kind of in that family, so it kind of like thematically it works very well that we're kind of like, we're like that kind of family essentially, right? Yeah, Angry Face was blue. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Like, that's like the correlation, right? So I guess that's like the intent is that it's, you know, that they have a very strong ties to, and the Beast wasn't the not the Beastmaster, was it the Beast Rider? The Beast Rider That was an Orchid too, right? Beast Rider? The one that had mounts as a mechanic. Was that an Orchid? Chieftain, yeah, sorry. Yeah. So yeah, I mean that's in canon. I think I like the green on this one. I like the kind of yellowy green. All right, onto the cards then. Level 1, cover of green. So straight away, the same card we saw on there. So this is consume earth, consume leaf. To do an attack 3 model on 3 things. 1 XP. I mean, this is obviously this is a fantastic attack. It's a really good attack for level 1. If you compare this to something like Leaping Cleave on the Brute, that's attack 3 with just 2 things. Doesn't even have the model. You have Sweeping Blow on the Brute is like an attack 2 version of this. So like this is a very nice attack for sure. Obviously you have to consume the earth, otherwise you can't use it at all, which I think is a nice twist here.
A little bit spicy.
A little bit spicy. It's a nice twist that you kind of have to use the element to get anything. Otherwise, this is literally just a default attack 2 top. So obviously, we're going to be looking at elements and being like, how do we get them? And how often can we get them? That's going to be a key thing to look out for as we go forward. But this is a very, very strong attack if we can pull it off. And I would assume that we probably can. So yeah, a very good start. Spicy enhancement dots too. Yeah, for sure. You could even... I mean, I would say that this is probably the best enhancement dot. I don't know about this one. This one, like, I feel like this is pretty much the best case scenario. Getting 4 is going to be impressive. This, though, I feel like there's going to be times when you'll get 3 this way. There'll be times when you'll get 3 this way. I think it'd be very unlikely that you get 4 this way or 4 this way. You know what I mean? With all of these types of attacks, they usually boil down to like how flexible is it in getting 3 targets, right? Like 3 targets is a very realistic number for these types of things, and you get 3, it's great value anyway, so this just gives you a bit more flexibility. Adding this on there could be interesting, but the enhancement cost is going to be quite high because of obviously this already. So it's going to be an expensive one, but definitely a good one. So 34 initiative, not terrible, but not great either. An initiative you probably wouldn't love to use, but could use. Move 2, shield oneself. That's a very, very good tanking ability straight off. Like when you're tanking, one thing that I always like is I like the move and shield, because you don't really... I hate giving up top actions to shield all the time, because it's just top actions are the most premium actions in the game, and most scenarios require you to kill all the enemies, or or it makes the scenario a lot easier if you kill most of them. So using your top ability to just shield is good occasionally, but it's not really good to have a character that just moves, shields, and that's all they do. Like, they don't do anything else. Like, it's not really going to, eventually you'll run out of cards and you'll die of exhaustion. Whereas something like this is great because you're often going to just want to move, and it gives you a bit of a benefit while you're doing it. Super good tanking ability, so I'm down for that. If, I guess, consume earth to make earth. So this is an interesting one because essentially all this is doing is chaining earth another turn for you. So if earth is waning and you don't feel like using it this round, you could play the bottom of this, consume that earth to make it strong again, so then on the next round you got earth. So it's just a way to extend earth if you make it kind of on a turn and you're like, well, actually I don't really want to use it this turn, I'll use it on the next one instead, and then this will give you a way to do that. So this is a really good card. The only problem with this ability is this initiative, which is not ideal for this kind of ability. So you might look for another early initiative top to play alongside this, because there are plenty of enemies that can go before 34. So it's not the most reliable shielding card as it stands. We need something good to pair with it, but the ability itself is very, very good. So we're off to a very strong start. Very good top attack, really good tanking ability on the bottom too. So good about that. It's a crack heart-ish initiative, right? Just kind of like not quite early enough. An example of infusing earth without having to do anything else on the card. Oh, okay, like this. Good point. So I guess that would be what this is. That's okay. That's why it's separated by lines, though. Well, if they do it this time, I guess that's just to clear up any kind of confusion, right? Because I would read this and think that this is an ability itself, right? The way that they've kind of split it off with the dots, because you can go like, okay, I don't want to move 2, but I do want to shield 1, and this isn't tied to either the move 2 or the shield 1 because of the dots. It separates it into 3 clear abilities. You can move 2, yes or no. Then you can shield 1 self, yes or no. Then you can consume earth to make earth, yes or no, sort of thing. So if it's displayed in this way, I think it's very clear. And maybe they're just kind of clearing that up. But maybe there'll be another card that's a bit more problematic. I don't know. But that's a very good point. Chuck. Hey, Armin. How's it going? So is it not consume earth to infuse the earth? Yes, it is. Sorry. It is, yeah. It's consume earth to infuse earth. But of course, you need to have earth there. So really, it's a way to chain earth into another round, right? So on the top action, if no earth to consume, you can't use it. Yes, correct. So it's a bit of a boom bust card, right? Because let's say you went on 34 initiative with this card, and then you were playing against some other enemy that could consume earth, and then they consume it. Then you're going to be using it as an attack too, probably. Or maybe you switch to the bottom. I don't know. I mean, the good thing about this card is it's very versatile. You know, the top is a very strong attack, but the bottom is also just a really good ability on its own. So, you know, if you were to, I guess you're in a bit of a weird situation where the enemy does take your earth away from you, so you can't perform your attack as you planned. You do have a pretty damn good other half to this card. So I wouldn't feel too bad. Obviously, it depends on what your other card that you played alongside. But, you know, this card is very versatile. So, I don't think that would feel too bad. It'd be disappointing, but it wouldn't be too bad. This class doesn't directly generate earth. So this is one of the few ways to maintain earth, so to speak. Oh. Okay, well, I guess we'll move on and we'll see. Good start, though. Very good start. So, Dawn's Gift. Create hazardous terrain in 1 adjacent featureless hex. Loot 1. If light is strong or waning, generate earth. And you may perform this loot ability as if occupying the hex containing the created hazardous terrain. Okay. So that isn't thorns. So create hazardous terrain hex in 1 adjacent featureless hex. Okay. Then you do a loot 1 action. And then, if light is strong or waning, we generate earth. And you may perform this loot ability as if occupying... Okay. So, this is all tied together as one thing. This is all one thing. So, it's either loot 1 around you, or if light was strong or waning, you could generate earth, and then you may actually loot as if you were that hex. So, it kind of gives you a little bit more range on your loot. I feel like this part here is, you know, thematically it's nice, but I don't feel like it really makes the ability any better or worse. Maybe it's a little bit better because you can then loot maybe a hard to reach hex. Maybe. I don't know. But this to me feels like a very kind of like, yeah, fine, like added benefit. Whereas obviously doing this is going to be probably pretty important. So you can see here that we can make light. I wonder if we have more cards, because obviously, you know, you're not going to be able to do it with this. So interesting. Hazardous terrain is okay. It's obviously it can be reused, unlike traps. So traps can't be reused. You know, once they're done, they get sprung and then they go away. So hazardous terrain can be a nice consistent source of damage by pushing or pulling enemies from it, or just forcing enemies to take weird, you know, movement lines at times. So it's an interesting twist. Hazardous terrain as well kind of scales better as well, in terms of if this was like a card that just said, you know, create a trap, a 3 damage trap hex or something like that, then obviously it's always going to be 3 damage, whereas hazardous terrain will increase as your level increases. So that makes it a little bit more scalable. I feel like the top of this card is very so-so. Like, I'm not a huge fan of it, but it might be something that's a bit more necessary. It's going to have its uses, but it's not the most powerful ability. You know, it's probably slightly on the weaker side just at a glance, but it could have a very, you know, needed purpose. We'll have to see. You could chain this card with a stamina pot. Yeah, you could. Is that going to be a good use of a stamina pot, though? Maybe, maybe not. Doing good, Armin. You're trying to go a difficulty up and beat the windswept highlands. Oof. Tough scenario, that one. Good luck. Such a complicated class to play. This, at the moment, seems fairly... I mean, it's like one of those kind of... It's a quite situational card. It's not a card that you can just play early on in the scenario and feel good about it. So, 56 initiative is unusable. So, you're never using the initiative on this card. Move 2, create a light, is... I've said this before, and I'll say it again. Move 2, make a relevant element, is always going to be good. Move 1, make a relevant element, is often good. So this allows you to consume an element with a top action, create an element with a bottom action. It helps grease the wheels. So obviously this element is not our element, but if there are other cards like this, or ways for our allies, or other ways to filter elements in some way, perhaps this is a good roundabout way of us getting towards our Earth. So we'll see how it works out, but certainly this is always going to be very playable. Obviously your mileage will vary depending on what more cards we see with this character, but also who you play with as well. Hard disagree on move 1. I think it's very playable, because you just combo it with boots. I know a lot of people don't like... If Boots of Striding didn't exist, I'd maybe be a little bit more like, yeah, fair. But the thing is that I felt like Boots of Striding, maybe they're too strong. I don't know. But I felt like move 1 with Boots of Striding is still move 3. Make an element. Move 1 is unusable. Tell that to Eclipse players. I feel like you can absolutely use a move 1, make an element. You just need to have the right pair of boots to play with it, and you just need to plan around it. Like, it's not too bad. That's why the item's getting deleted. Well, yeah. I mean, Boosted Striding is very strong. You know, move 2 is a bit too much for a starting item, maybe. Well, yeah, I think it probably is. I think Weathered Boots were just a fine thing to add. I give everyone 1 more hex. It depends on the abilities that you can use it with too. I feel like Boots of Striding will also feel very good because there's, you know, like Trample is a thing, and there's a lot of very good early game synergy with like the Brute, for example, which makes Boots of Striding also feel very strong, and certain other abilities and things like that, and yeah. So in terms of what's this card, it's hard to say right now, but generally speaking, from experience, this ability is always good. So we'll see. Next up, we have Encased in Thorns. Retaliate 1, range 2. Nice. I said I felt like Retaliate could be a nice theme for this character because it's very thematic with Thorns. So add +1 Retaliate and gain 1 XP if you occupy hazardous terrain. Interesting. I wonder if we have like a passive ability that makes us immune or something. That would be kind of cool. Retaliate 1 range. So it could be Retaliate 2 range 2. I mean, Retaliate 2 is a decent amount of Retaliate. It's nice that it's range as well, so you don't have to worry necessarily about, you know, you don't have to worry necessarily like about something silly like, oh, I played my range Retaliate, and then the bandit guards, you're playing against bandits or guards, and they drop back into a ranged attack or something. You know, like there's even melee characters sometimes have a range card in their deck or that they can draw, and the range kind of means that as long as you put yourself in a good position, you should really be able to make this work. This also works really nicely with the move and shield as well, I would say. 22 initiative, move 2, shield 1. Hopefully get like Retaliate 2, range 2 up. Gain shield 1 on all attacks targeting you this round while... Oh, that's awesome as well, huh? Oh, that works well with that as well. Oh, Jesus. Okay. All right. Move 2, make light. Then basically we would gain shield. Ooh. Hey, well, there's already a nice little combo kind of appearing here, right? You could do this the previous round. Then on the next round, you could go for this and this. Then you'd get shield 2, as long as the light's still waning. I'm liking this. This could be a very, very good tanking card, guys. Really, really good. As long as you you have to play into it, of course, but it could be really good. And perhaps the value of this has gone up. I don't know. I mean, the bottom of this card is now definitely gone up, but we knew it was good anyway. So now, though, the top of this is starting to look a little bit more attractive as well. This top is insanely strong. Yeah, I think it's very good. Range Retaliate is amazing. And you've got the shield to back it up too, potentially. Especially if you're playing on like normal difficulty. You know, obviously my thoughts on Retaliate and usually revolve around the fact that I play on increased difficulty, which Retaliate tends to fall off a little bit more because it's hard to outpace. It's hard for Retaliate to outpace damage taken. You know, you end up kind of taking too much damage, and maybe it was better to just try and be a bit more aggressive with your attacks. But I feel like Retaliate is a very strong mechanic, and Shield is a very strong mechanic. Well, Shield's a strong mechanic regardless, but Retaliate can be a very strong mechanic when you're against, obviously, certain enemy types that have Shield, but also, you know, on normal difficulty or even +1 difficulty, you know, you're not trying to push right to the very max. You're just trying to play good Gloomhaven, and it can be very good. I see the Steam notification. Jeff Goldblum is now playing Cyberpunk. That's one of my close buddies. He's in my board game group, actually. Not actual Jeff Goldblum. I'll be clear with that. I don't actually know Jeff Goldblum. One of the strongest Retaliate cards ever made, not called Shield Spike, is very good. Yeah. In certain situations, this could be better than Shield Spikes, right? Shield Spikes, you kind of... This kind of does it all in one package, almost. Not quite. You need... Hopefully, you can create the light, and maybe you combo it again with another shield card, but it almost kind of does it in one package. Shield Spikes is great, but you need to burn Shield Spikes. Then, you know, if you've got a ranged enemy that you're trying to get Retaliate on, it's always really difficult because you're going to need to play your, you know, your disadvantage moves, you know, create disadvantage, or your immobilize or whatever. You know, you kind of need to, like, you got a couple of other cards you need to use cleverly to keep those guys next to you to trigger that Retaliate. But Range Retaliate kind of takes away all of those concerns, makes it very simple to play with some good positioning. So yeah, Encasing Thorns top. Very good. Very, very good. Bottom is move 3. This movement is unaffected by hazardous terrain. Perform shield oneself if you occupy hazardous terrain. I don't know if you would... I definitely feel like the top is where it's at with this card. This bottom, though, is not bad at all. The fact that the movement's unaffected by hazardous terrain is good because it can just save you from taking damage, which is nice. Because essentially, with hazardous terrain, you have to take damage when you move into that hex or when you go through that hex. So you could then do this, and then on the next turn, you know, after this, you could just move off of it. It could be a nice way for you to have a hex you could occupy that other people couldn't. It could be, for example, a really good way to get something like this, right? Because, like, trying to get 3 in this arrangement could be a bit difficult. But if you were to put hazardous terrain there, then, you know, these guys are kind of going to always try to avoid this. So depending on your placement, you know, hazardous terrain could be quite cool because then you can just, like, move onto it, do your attack. But what I want to do is I want to see a card that creates hazardous terrain in a little bit more of a interesting way than Dawn's Gift. We haven't seen Thorns yet either. Where are the Thorns coming in? But both halves of this card I think are good. This is obviously very, very good, but this could also be very useful. Could also be really, really useful. You know, 22 initiative move 3 is also just good. Playable. Isn't on all attacks targeting you unnecessary? No. No, because it's this, I think. I mean, maybe this line... Maybe this is a little bit... superfluous. I mean, it's not doing any harm. But I guess the idea here is that because this is here, let's say there's 3 different enemy types, and the second enemy type consumes the light. You know, I guess it's purposely for that. You got the round symbol already up here, so you know that this is like a round. But because this is separated, I guess the idea here is that you could, in theory, do the bottom of this without doing the top of this. I'm not quite sure why you would care to not do this, but like it seems a bit strange to me that this is split across two abilities in a way. I'm not quite sure why it needed to be split into two separate lines there, because they both support each other. So you're not really like, you can play Retaliate without really worrying about it, right? Like, there's no downside to ever playing Retaliate, unless, of course, I guess maybe your friend is like, hey, I really need to hit that guy for my battle goal. You know, maybe there's some battle goal stuff going on there. I don't know. If you got the full reason, but there's some weird Gloomhaven syntax why. If you remember, Gloomhaven mentioned it. Yeah, I mean, to me, it reads absolutely fine. You know, it's not like it's not confusing. Yeah, you could maybe argue that, yeah, maybe it's a bit excessive, but I mean, it leaves no doubt as to how the card operates, which is fine by me. Like, one of the things that I'm a little bit concerned with Frosthaven, I said before, is that with the, you know, going to the icon system, you know, there is still going to be text on cards that are more complicated, but, you know, sometimes certain things will maybe feel a little bit weird because you're like, oh, okay. Whereas, you know, in Gloomhaven, the tendency was just to write things out. And that was how it was done. So often it was very clear. And this feels very clear to me on how it operates. So great card. Very, very good card. So far, this character's had three good cards. This one is like solid. Great, solid. No bad ones, that's for sure. Extended Branch. Attack 2, add +1 attack, gain 1 XP, and generate light if light is strong or waning. Okay. I like this. This is a bit like the Geminate pincer attack. Little bit of a different avenue of attack. Like a swing in the branch. I like it.
Nice.
Good way of chaining this. Which, of course, you know, if you are planning on playing this, what it does is it just kind of allows you to keep things going, which is nice. Which I like. There's some enhancement dots here too, which are kind of interesting. Make it a bit of a wider... That makes it into a very unique pattern there. Really unique. There's not many patterns in the game that do... Well, I don't think there's any I've ever seen that have a pattern like that. To get both those enhancement dots. But what I'm seeing already is a lot of flexibility in the ordering of you playing cards. Like there's... You could just use the light immediately, or you could be like, oh, actually, I've got a great opportunity to do an attack here. I'll do my attack. We'll generate light anyway, and then we'll use it maybe next turn. A cool ranged melee attack. Yeah, it gives you a little bit of... It is quite good as well because it gives you a bit of reach against enemies that have retaliate, right? A little bit of reach. That outer dot could be a quite... Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, if you... That, I think, like, if I was to enhance this in any way, I think I probably would enhance this. This one. I feel like this would be the right one to go for first, at least. It gives you a little bit more. Although, having said that... Well, this is just two enemies together, which I guess is a bit easier than maybe... I don't know, actually. Maybe it's a little bit, like... Much for muchness, I don't know. Seems like a fairly... I mean, the problem... I think the problem with this card, though, is that if you don't have this, I feel like it will feel a little bit underwhelming. Like, attacking 2 on a few things. You know, there's a situation here where if you could only attack one thing, this is just this, right? It is just the default attack 2. So, you know, whenever you put attack 2, there needs to be something more going on. And what there is here, but if, for example, like this is a good example of if that light gets consumed by an enemy, then before your turn, then it's going to feel super bad. Because it's really... I mean, attacking 2 things, I guess, is still okay, but it's really not going to feel that great. It's going to feel like a... I mean, to be honest, it'll feel maybe a little bit more on par with some of the Frosthavens type stuff, but it won't... It'll be fine, but it will feel a bit rough, I think. Compared to, like, the other one where you just switch to the other half. Well, let's have a look at the other half. So all allies are unaffected by hazardous terrain created by you. It's interesting that it's all allies. Not you. Considering that we get bonuses for being on it. Is that because the bonuses that we get on it are a sufficient drawback? I mean, we do have that one card that says we can basically ignore. I don't know. I mean, it's nice. There'll be certain scenarios that this will just break. This guy plus the Maya Foot, though, as well. This guy and the Maya Foot would just have so much fun together. Summons won't die in hazardous terrain. Yeah, true. And you have to track hazardous terrain types. That's true. It does just say hazardous terrain created by you. Oh, so actually it doesn't really work with the Maya Foot. Ah. Yeah, that's kind of... Actually, you're right. I wasn't really approaching that in the right way. The fact that it's created by you how many are you going to create, and how many are gonna be annoying for your team? Really, like to a point where it's like I need to burn a card to stop you from taking damage for it. I mean, at the moment we've only seen one card that creates 1 hex, right? So this, I guess this is the kind of thing, like this feels almost like an X card ability. Maybe not, I don't know. Maybe the character will suddenly see like place 3 hazardous terrains and it'll explode. I don't know. But my initial feeling is like, oh, actually, is this really that necessary? My foot is difficult terrain. Oh, okay. My mistake. You won't have to track hex types because you come with your own thorn. So this is thorns then? Because that's confusing to me. Because I thought that was a separate mechanic. See this? Oh. Because I was waiting to have some kind of, you know, cards to come up that referenced place a thorn tile, you know? So really it is just hazardous terrain. Like hollow packed obstacles? Right, gotcha. Well, so far we've only seen one card that makes it. So I'd say this is very bad value in that, if that's our only frame of reference, but we'll see. I mean, we do have 11 cards, so burning a passive ability is not outside the realms of possibility. It's literally just hazardous. I'm a little bit disappointed by that, if I'm honest. Like, thematically, it's fine. But it just feels a bit... I get it's hazardous terrain because it's important that it's called hazardous terrain, because lots of other cards could or potentially refer to hazardous terrain, as well as your like it would scale with the scenario level because it's hazardous terrain. So I get that, but it does now. The class feels much more vanilla than I was expecting to see like some big thorns thing come out. Now the class feels much more vanilla to me than what I was expecting. Maybe not necessarily in a bad way, but it just, you know, that to me is now like, oh, okay, thorns is just hazardous terrain. It's just our hazardous terrain. The designer is very against true special rules as a design principle, for better or worse. I mean, like, I think it's good because in a way I can see why they would do that, because it keeps it in line with the rest of the game without spiraling too much out of control. Because of course, as soon as you add like, oh, this is a new special token and it's called this and this is how this works, then it creates potential rules confusions or complications later on down the line. If you just say this is hazardous terrain, that's how it works, and then just say anything that references hazardous terrain will work with this. So it's a very good way of almost future-proofing your character a little bit as well, because if suddenly somebody makes a character that also interacts with hazardous terrain in some way, then suddenly your character can combo really nicely with that character. So I get why they've done it, because it just kind of like future-proof your character a little bit, because you're baking in the rules of the main game. You know, the rules of the game will not... There will always be hazardous terrain in the game. Hazardous terrain will always be a mechanic, and it will always be referenced in various ways. Soft crowd control too. Yeah, a little bit of self control. Like, I think it's like our traps and hazardous terrain I mean, I would say that hazardous terrain, you know, hazardous terrain is always damage, whereas of course certain traps can do other effects. So that's, you know, maybe there'll be, I mean, if there's a passive ability on here that will interact with that hazardous terrain in some way, that would be awesome. Like if there's some kind of ability that we can play that says like, you know, hazardous terrain you create does X and gives it some other spiciness, that would be really cool. So, I mean, I don't want to preempt what may or may not be here, but that kind of thing, I'll be like, okay, cool. Because then we get some way of making our hazardous terrain different from the hazardous terrain that's actually in the scenario in some way. Because obviously, otherwise, it's basically like, yeah, it's our hazardous terrain. There's a few things that we can differentiate, but otherwise it's just hazardous terrain. So yeah, that card, I mean, I think this card seems pretty average to me. This all actually feels like an X card to me, but we'll see. Jagged Clutch. So this is another mandatory consume. I say mandatory, it's you have to consume Earth to perform any of this top ability. So that's attack 4, range 3, pull 1. So without that Earth, it ain't happening. Immobilize the target if it is pulled onto hazardous terrain. Okay, so nice. So a bit of pull action. That's good. I'd like to see a lot of pull here. A lot of push as well, maybe. Help us combo off with our terrain. It's gonna be fun, like us being in the thorns, getting retaliate. Like thematically, it's very strong. Because it's like we go into the hazardous terrain and we gain retaliate. We move away, pull enemies into it, they get immobilized because they get, you know, stuck in the thorns, right? Like there's some very, very nice thematic beats so far with this character and the way that it kind of operates. New landscaper class manages terrain types. Yeah, maybe. You could have like a I don't know, like a geomancer in some way, like that actually moves things around in some way. That'd be kind of cool. The bottom is move 3. One adjacent enemy suffers 1 damage, and basically consume Earth to make Earth. So another way to keep chain Earth on if you want to. Similar to the other one, which is quite nice. I feel like this is pretty similar to this one. Both very good attacks. This is obviously the better attack if you can hit everything, but this is also just a super great value attack. Attack 4 at range 3 at level 1. That is above the power curve for sure. And then you got the pull 1 and the potential immobilize, which is great control. You know, immobilize is not quite top tier control. You know, the top tier is sort of stun and disarm, because most of the time, you know, 99%, 95% of the time, disarm does what stun does. And even sometimes you actually want disarm rather than stun because you want the enemies to move around a bit. Immobilize is kind of like a tier below that because it doesn't work with every enemy. Because, of course, if they have a ranged attack or if they're doing something that isn't an attack and can't be avoided in some way, immobilize is not quite as good. But it's still a very strong potential controllability. And the range on this is quite nice. You know, attack 4, range 3 means that hopefully you manage to put some terrain in between and you just pull them onto that. I think it works quite nicely. The pull 1 is maybe a little bit low. It would have been nice if this was pull 2, because then that would mean that if we did put a hazardous terrain hex in front of us, we could then kind of immediately pull this guy straight into it. Because it would be 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so like it doesn't allow you to pull them next to you. So if the hazardous terrain was next to you, it makes it a little bit harder to do. So the pull 1, it would have been nice if it was a pull 2 to make it super versatile, but it should still be able to make it work, hopefully. So enemies might be able to avoid you a little bit. Yeah, very good, very good. So this card general is very good. This is obviously always a very, you know, I loved it on the crack heart and I'll love it here. Rumbling Advance is great. The only difference, obviously, with Rumbling Advance is that it did just make Earth. So it was a move 2 and it made Earth straight up. You know, obviously this character would love that. So Not quite as good as that, but it is an additional move. Just have the opportunity to chain it on. Just means you need to make sure to attack them from range too if you want the added immobilize benefit. Yeah, of course. But also, you know, it would have been nice if it had the pull too, because then you could move away. Because you want to, like, it would give you the versatility to maybe pull them next to you onto the terrain, then move away. You might, with the pull 1, you might be forced to play your move before this attack, you know? Just like, it makes it just a little bit less flexible with the ordering of how you might want to do things. Maybe not, but it could do. Could mean that you might have to actually use your move to position the pull, rather than hopefully get the pull, then run away, which would be brilliant. Looks like this guy and Crackheart would not be friends. Fist fights over those earth elements. Well, the thing is with Crackheart is there are a lot of turns that Crackheart makes earth and doesn't necessarily use it. So there are obviously a couple of good ones that they want to use it with. You know, Dirt Tornado and as an early level card, for example, that will want to use it. Clear the Way. But a lot of the other ones like Burns. You know, you're going to be using Rumbling Advance, which just gets you Earth. You're going to be using Rock Slide, which gets you Earth. You're going to be using Massive Boulder, which gives you Earth. So like you've got a lot more generators on the Crackheart than you do consumes, I would say, at least early on. So I don't feel like the Crackheart's always using his Earth. So I think it'd be fine. Like, I often find that I don't use the Earth that much on the Crackheart, really. There are obviously a few turns where you're like, I have to use Earth, like Unstable Upheaval or, yeah, like Clear the Way, for example, is a good one. So you want to try and use Earth for that. And obviously Dirt Tornado as well. So there's a couple that you're like, I want to use it Earth on, but there's also a lot of ones where you're like, yeah, I can just generate it. Imagine Sunclass running with her solo item with this guy. Is that the one that gets you shield or something as long as sun is up or something? I don't know what that one is actually. Okay, next card. All good cards so far. Lashing Thorns. Generate Earth if light is strong or waning. Nice. Attack 2, Pierce 1. Add +1 attack and gain 1 XP. And generate light if you occupy hazardous terrain. This is an interesting one. I like the fact that this guy's got a... So far, all of our attacks, really, apart from, I think, this previous one, have been kind of like interesting AoE patterns. Reminds me a lot of the Luminary. That little crab running around having very kind of quite unique patterns. Different ways of playing it. I always find it's a very interesting way to play when you have this sort of stuff going on. Means that you think a lot about the enemies. You need to be a lot more switched on to where the enemies are moving as well, in terms of ambiguity wise. You need to be on the ball, because if there's ambiguity, you're going to want to be thinking, well, it'd be really good if that guy was there. You need to be a little bit more switched on with the ambiguity stuff. Like, this is the kind of character that on digital might sometimes feel a little bit frustrating, because a lot of these patterns might not quite match up. But if you were playing physical and you have control of that, then you can absolutely keep an eye on it and try and make some nice patterns. Hey Squat, you started playing recently and got a question. What is the maximum number of enhancements one character can get in Guildmaster mode? Oof. So the number of enhancement dots, I believe, is tied to the number of... Is it like... Oh, it's been so long since I played Guildmaster. It should be the same as the campaign. So presumably it's maybe 9 or 8. Because I believe it's tied to the journey missions, which unlock more parts of the map, I think, is what it gets. You do certain amounts and they unlock them. And that's 8 or 9 cards, by the way. That's not actual enhancements. That's just cards that can be enhanced. Because I'm just thinking, like, it should be the same. You've read mixed info today, so 8, 9, 17, or all. Well, it's definitely not all. There is a limit to it. And if it's the same as physical, which I presume, the campaign, which I presume it would be. I don't see why the devs would suddenly be like, buckaroo, you can do whatever you like. I mean, maybe they would, I don't know. But a lot of the time they were they kind of kept usually within the same realms as the campaign in terms of certain rules. So I would think it would be 8, and that's 8 total cards. So obviously someone's saying 17, that could be 8 cards, you know, and they each have 2 enhancement slots. Do you know what I mean? It depends on how they're counting it. Because of course, like a card like this has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 possible slots that can be enhanced, you know. If you create hazardous terrain under an enemy, does it get damaged right away, or do you if you create it on yourself? No. So hazardous terrain triggers when you move onto it. So yeah, you can, in theory, you can make hazardous terrain underneath you and then immediately gain some benefits. So anyway, the top of this is strong, I think. PS1's nice, and the top is like potentially get earth, get light, or if light's waning, then make it strong again. Then you can use the other one that gives you it as well. It's a very odd class. The fact that you kind of need to do this dance of filtering elements, filtering light into earth, you know? It's interesting. Definitely makes the character a little bit more unique compared to other characters. This whole kind of like, you want one element, and thematically it makes a lot of sense too, because, you know, if you look at it from like a plant perspective, you know, plants need light to grow. So you got light, you know, if light's strong, plants are growing. That helps your vines, your thorns grow, right? This character's very, very clever thematically. I think it works very well. Photosynthesis, exactly. Love it. So each slot gives you 1 token to enhance. You get 4 tokens so far from missions. So if you've got 4 so far, you should have 4, like, so basically that means you should be able to enhance 4 cards. A gardener. The gardener class, yeah. The bottom of this is move forward, jump. Pull 2, range 3, target 2. This is like one of those kind of burns where it gets you 1 XP. You probably would burn it towards the end of a scenario to maybe go get a chest. I don't know. I mean, I guess if you could pull in a certain scenario where there was like some really good traps, like some really, really good traps, this could be a very good burn in that thing. Like, this is the kind of burn that when playing on increased difficulty, I'm like, awesome. I've got some way of immediately kind of getting, hopefully, a really nice interaction with some traps. You know, it's like a speedrunner's dream, an ability like this, because there'll be certain scenarios you play a character like this, and in certain scenarios this would basically be like turn 1, move here, kill 2 enemies, you know, like on increased difficulty or something like that, or it could be. So like it's one of those things where I think like the average player probably won't use it in that way, but it actually has some very good potential application, I think, in increased difficulty, definitely. But maybe it's not something that an average player would look to burn or use. But if you could pull 2 enemies into 2 traps and those traps were doing, you know, 6, 7, 8 damage each, absolutely worth it. If you play Summoner with his class, your house ruling Thorn Shooter is immune to your thorns. Okay. He just lives in them. How about you make like a house rule where he can teleport between the thorns? Big brain. Then that solves his movement problem too. All right, Midsummer. Heal 3, range 3, create light. What a lovely card. 50 initiative, worst initiative in the game. I just described the summon on a different class. It's a heal 3. Not glamorous. Makes a relevant element though, so I'm okay with that. This is the kind of thing where you're probably going to play it. Generate light if light is waning. Move 4. I mean, this is the biggest amount of movement we've had on a non-burn, right? I think pretty sure so far. Yeah, everything has been moved 2s, move a 3. Yeah, this is the biggest amount of move we've had so far. This is like not a glamorous. This isn't glamorous, but this could have a very good place. Like, to be honest, when you were playing, like you're playing a level 1 Sunkeeper. I can't remember what the heal is called, but she has a card that essentially is this, the same ability, and it's very playable just because it makes an element on demand. Because you know, even if you're at max health, you can just heal anything, heal yourself. And you would create the element. Like, you could just carry out the action. You don't need to have to recover health to generate the light. So it's just a very reliable way of generating a relevant element. Yes, it's on the top, which is not normally my favorite spot, and for a character who's a bit aggressive. But you know, you're also potentially going to be taking damage from hazardous terrain as you go. So you're a character who's maybe more likely to take some damage through that means. But also, you know, we've seen that you're a character who might want to do a bit of tanking, so the chances are you're going to take a bit of damage through that. So it is nice to have a self-sustaining heal here that is just good value heal. And heal with an enhancement slot. Yeah, I mean, you could, of course, you know, you want to put strength on it. Sure. I mean, obviously, it's not the best position for it unless we've got a really good bottom attack somewhere that we haven't seen yet. Of course, then you can. It is going to limit its effectiveness for the double attack. We'll see. But very, very usable. This is the nicest I've been to a heal card that doesn't have an attack on it. Okay, thanks. So yeah, Midsummer is a card that you're never... I mean, this initiative is terrible, but move 4... is usable, and this top is also usable and has a relevant element. So Midsummer is going to be one of those cards where it's not gonna, you know, it's not going to be like one of your most impactful cards, but it's going to be a gear in the machine that keeps you going. So it's probably going to be, it could well be necessary. I mean, we'll keep looking, but it could well just be necessary. All right, photosynthesis. Ah, there is photosynthesis. There is actually the card photosynthesis. Attack 3, range 3, make light. This is basically pretty much as bog standard a card as you're ever going to see, as in terms of an ability, except it has, you know, it generates an element on it, which is nice, very nice. But attack 3, range 3 is sort of like the benchmark that I like to look for. Like anything that is this or better, or might maybe give you some sort of situational buff, or has poison wound on it or something, and maybe it's attack 2 with poison. You know, it's always playable, and you've got light on there too. So we know we want light. Gives us a lot of flexibility. So far, to be honest, I'm not seeing too many issues with our generation here. If we just have to jump through more hoops, you know, we're not getting that earth by actually creating the earth. We're creating light to then create earth. So it's kind of like you're almost like a delayed. You're like on a 1-turn delay to your elements. So instead of being like create my element, use them next turn, it's like create an element, filter it next turn, then use the element that I want the following turn, sort of thing. Like it feels like that kind of thing. And once you get that, maybe once you get that train rolling a little bit, because you're not even really filtering. You're not even filtering either. The element is still staying there. So there's an element of kind of keeping that going, which I quite like. Where in general, you just want light to be waning or strong most of the time. Like if you can keep that light element up as strong or waning, that's going to give you the flexibility with the other cards. And obviously you've got an ability here to chain your earth into future turns as well. So in general, it's just saying you want light to be around for a long time. And if you can keep light up for a long time, that will allow you to create earth. So, you know, thematically makes a lot of sense and is a really good home run there for me. But it's good. You know, it works well. You know, once you're in that cycle, once you have light generated for that first time, and if you can find a really nice combination of cards to kind of keep things going, then it'll work quite well. I guess where the character will maybe sort of like have to take a bit of a breather is like things like long rest, right? You go for a long rest, you're going to lose all your elements, you're going to have to start again because you have that break in the cycle. So you'll kind of have to like go long rest, chill out, start again. Some random demon consumes the element will mess up this class really bad though. Possibly, yes. But I mean, you can say that's true for that can be true for a lot of characters. You know, you will have scenarios where you will probably struggle, and you'll have scenarios where you will do better. You know, and for example, what's a good example? Was it Temple of the Eclipse? Is it the one where basically it's just and also shoot. The Black Pillar mission? Oh god. Why can't I remember the name? I literally not Doom Trench. Is it Doom Trench? No, it's not Doom Trench. But anyway, scenarios where there may be special abilities, scenario effects that affect elements could be really annoying for you. Scenarios where they're like, oh well, all elements are consumed at the end of the round and X is set to strong. But likewise, there are some scenarios where elements are always strong, so that could benefit you too. Plane of Night, thank you. That's the one. It will be interesting to see how this will how that could pan out in certain scenarios. But you do, I mean, you have okay abilities, you know. It's not like you have terrible abilities. That if you don't, I mean, you do have a couple of, I think you maybe would switch some things out. Maybe. Okay. maybe you would switch out some of your, you know, your kind of big consume things for more of your hazardous terrain stuff in scenarios like that. Maybe you have to do a bit of sideboarding for those kind of things. Thank you for the follow, Beef Supreme. Welcome to the quest. Good to have you here. Welcome. Appreciate it. So at the start of each of your turns, if light is strong or waning, perform heal oneself. So of your turns, if light is strong or waning, perform. So this creates light. So it's at least one heal one. It's a permanent ability that hangs out here too. So it's not a bad permanent ability. This could, in theory, like over the course of a scenario with just the cards that we've seen so far, there's a fairly good chance that you're going to have light up more often than not, depending on how you want to play. So this could be a very good amount of heal. It's also going to be really good at clearing things like poison and wound. It's also going to be very good to mitigate those little bits of damage that you take through your own terrain, potentially. So, like, this is the kind of healing that I quite like. It feels very much like a build around me card, or like a passive kind of put it down. You know, obviously don't forget about it because you're going to have to use it. But it feels like a pretty safe burn to burn relatively early on. Like, you could burn this on the first turn of the game, right? Get sun going, you get a really strong like passive that's going to be for the rest of the scenario, and then, you know, you're off to the races. Next turn you can create earth, hopefully, because the sun is up, and you're going to get that heal 1, and then maybe you can consistently do that, right? Like the turn after that you can kind of start going. Obviously you're not going to maybe need healing right from turn 1, but the point is that you can probably reliably expect that this might heal you, you know, as much as 3 or 4 points of health per like rest cycle, I would think. Obviously, as the scenario goes on, and maybe a scenario where it's a bit harder for your light to stick around might be a bit different, but I felt like this is pretty good. This is like one, if you treat it like I'm basically playing a heal 3 for free every single sort of rest cycle, yeah, that's pretty strong. So I quite like this. In terms of a heal ability, it's a bit different. It's obviously a bit weaker maybe than other abilities that we've seen. Like, you know, I think like the natural thing to do would be to compare this to something like Music Note. One of, you know, the healing songs that the Music Note has, like Soothing Lullaby. But Music Note's ridiculously good. So yeah, like that, we can kind of write that off as being way too good. I think this is decent. I would quite happily play this. I think I would pretty happily play this. And Leo Knight, thank you as well so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome to the quest, my friend. Does light come up before end of your turn to get heal after this action is played on the same turn? Not sure what you mean. On the same... No, because it says at the start of each of your turns. So, like, the turn you play this, you don't get any benefit apart from, you know, you create the light, get the 2 XP. You don't get the heal 1 that turn. So, as long as that light doesn't go away, you should get at least 1 heal 1 the turn you play this. Obviously, burning a card for heal 1 is potentially the worst value in Gloomhaven history. But hopefully you're going to get a lot more than that. Hopefully you get a lot more than that. I like this. I like this ability. I think it's quite unique. And I think it's actually going to work quite well. And it allows the class maybe to play a bit more aggressive, which I like. It also works quite well if you just want to heal a bunch, right? Because you just play this, and then potentially, you know, that will trigger this on the turn as well afterwards. So it makes Midsummer a little bit more attractive as well as a nice big heal. I like it. Whoa, it's burn 1 to heal 1 and 2 XP? Okay, yeah. I guess the 2 XP might make it worth it. Doesn't Microbots give you 2 XP though? Or is Microbots 1 XP? Microbots is 2 XP, right? It's start, not the end of your turn, yeah. Well, yeah, Tyler, absolutely. That's like the whole point. I mean, this is a great way to just get 2 XP towards the end of a scenario if you want it. Yeah. You ain't got to keep leveling up. I like it. I think this is good. I'd play this. I think it depends a bit on your strategy. You know, if you're not playing a tank, you know, you're not playing the shield and the retaliate cards, I think, you know, your mileage may not be quite as good on something like this, but I feel like it looks like a fun avenue to play along with the kind of shieldy and retaliate stuff. Right, Shrewd Overgrowth. Create hazardous terrain in a hex you occupy if it is featureless. Okay. Gain shield 2 and retaliate 2 for the next entire round. For the next entire round. What? During the next round, you are considered to have initiative of 1 for the purposes of enemy focusing. Oh, okay. This is kind of an interesting one. Big shield turn, huh? Really big shield turn. So we're considered to have an initiative of 1, but only for the purposes of enemy focusing, not for our cards. So essentially, this is, I guess this kind of is to try and... I don't know. I don't think this is much better than doing it the normal way, which is to basically... Like, what if this was just 1 initiative? It's just Wall of Doom, but it's next turn on perfect initiative. Yeah, like, I feel like it sounds like it's better than it is, because it doesn't really do, like, what it's trying to do is it's trying to give you a one initiative play without giving you 1 initiative, right? Because 1 initiative is ridiculously strong in Gloomhaven. Like, being able to guarantee that you are always going to go first, regardless of what's happening. Like, there's no way the enemy can get underneath you and what it is you're doing is just very, very strong. You know, there's a lot of characters with very low initiatives. So instead of creating a card that maybe has, you know, initiative 1, which every single player playing this character will play as literally a move 2 for no other reason than that they can guarantee that they go first. You know, it does kind of like skew cards a lot. And you know, there are many cards that are played just for their initiative. And that's why they're good. You know, the abilities are so-so, but the initiative is so good that you really want to use it. So it's a way of kind of getting around that problem without giving it. Now, delaying it for a round, I don't think is any better than doing it the round that you play it, though. But of course, if they were to put 1 initiative on here, then you would just be using it as a move 2. So I understand why they've done it. It's to try and make this kind of ability good for a round, or guaranteed good for a round, without making the card just objectively useful as for every build and any play style. It's like, no, it's got a very specific purpose. That's what it's for, and that's why we've designed it in that way. I do agree with you, Nitz, that to me this is worse than Wall of Doom, in the sense that when you play a card like this, you're opening yourself up to be completely blown out. You know, it also depends on what your allies are doing and stuff like that. But if the enemy just draws no attacks, or they go off and do something else, it could basically, like, for example, like, there's several ways you could get blown out with this, right? First way you could get blown out, enemies don't draw attacks, or not enough enemies draw attacks that would make it a worthwhile play. You know, if there's 3 different enemy types and 2 of them aren't attacking but 1 is, and there's 2, maybe 3 figurines, was it worth burning a shield 2, retaliate 2? Probably not, because you probably could have done your repeatable shield 1, whatever it is, retaliate 2, range 2 instead, and had very similar effect. So probably not worth it. So that's one way you can get blown out by the enemies completely. The other way you get blown out is that ability cards could also just blow you out, because, like I said, with the guard example, this isn't ranged retaliate. So if a guard was to draw their ranged attack when you think that they're not going to, again, it would blow you out. So, and also the problem with this as well is that there's no, at least with Wall of Doom, you would say, I ain't playing it, I'll just use it as an attack tool or a move tool or whatever. This is like, nope, you've burnt it. away it goes. I feel like this will lead to a lot of like potential feels bad moments. So I would avoid a card like this because I always try and avoid cards that depend too much on the RNG going your way. You know, you play an attack, you could always miss an attack. You know, there are things that can go wrong, but you try and avoid it. And this is like RNG that can't really be avoided unless, of course, you're playing with the diviner, who can potentially ensure that you could get a really good effect out of this. But that's like one character, one corner case situation when I feel like just don't open yourself up to being blown out, you know? It's like when you're playing the Scoundrel and you go invisible with Smoke Bomb, you set up your backstab and you don't have strengthen, you don't have advantage on that attack you're about to make. You know, you're like, if you draw this miss now, you've burned 2 cards and you've missed. You know, that's a blowout situation. But if you have that advantage, that goes away. You can safely do your attack, safe in the knowledge that you're not going to miss. You know, there's all of these little things, you know, you just don't open yourself up to getting blown out. Because that's where people's frustration creeps in. It's like, I played it, I got blown out, it didn't do anything, then I lose because I'm exhausted, or I get killed on the following turns or whatever. It's a taunt for tanking. It's a taunt, but it's not the best taunt. It's fine. But for a burn, it's very, like we said, Wall of Doom is a card the Brute had. It was unplayable. This is not much better than that. In fact, arguably, it's worse. On the other hand, it combos obnoxiously with your Shield 1 Retaliate 2 card. Yeah, but it still has that range, right? So yeah, I can see you could have a very, very strong round, right? But it doesn't give you an extra 2 range retaliate, you know? So like the amount of damage that you're doing back could be more depending on if it's a melee enemies, right? If it's ranged enemies. So there's like levels to it. It seems like a get us out of trouble card when someone gets in deep. Let's jump in next turn and tank it all. Yeah, I mean, you can play it for situations like that for sure. If someone does get themselves in a bind and you just need to do something, then sure, you've got something. I mean, you're an 11 card class, right? So you do have the flexibility to burn a couple of cards to just help out. You know, just that maybe aren't the strongest attacks or abilities or whatever, but they serve a purpose. To buy you around, you know, maybe your team all needs to long rest for whatever reason, I don't know, and this would potentially give them that opportunity. So 92 initiative is a very, very late initiative though, which is an excellent initiative for like going late. So, you know, this could be redeemable. Generate Earth if light is strong or waning. Great. Move 3 jump. You're playing this card. So ultimately, you could just wait for the perfect opportunity to use the top. But the bottom of this is incredibly playable because it's 92 initiative combined with this. I mean, you're on the first turn of the game. Honestly, on the first turn of the game, this is what I would do. I would probably, like, depending on, obviously, you know, scenarios varies, but most of the time you can afford to go late on the first turn of the game. You could just go ranged attack, maybe. Go on 92 initiative, do a ranged attack, create light, right? Then go 92. I mean, I guess the light wouldn't be strong, so, because you generate it at the end. So it actually doesn't quite work, but still. I feel like it's very good. Or you get one of your buddies, right? Who's maybe could generate light for you, I don't know. 92 is a very good initiative, and move 3 jump is very good ability. So yeah, this card's going to be played for sure. Can you use Hawkhelm to enhance the range of range retaliate? No, Hawkhelm only interacts with attacks. Okay, you're saying that the combo is unhealthy. That was more criticism than a praise. Oh, okay. Okay, so next card up, Super Radiance. Is this all? This should is. That's not a word, right? What? What? Fake news. What? In physics, super radiance is the radiation enhancement effects in several contexts, including quantum mechanics, astrophysics, and relativity. That's a lot of words. That's a lot of words. All right, well, you learn something new every day. Muddle and push 1. Target all enemies within range 3. Create light 1 XP. Muddle and push 1. To be honest, I've never really played many, or to be honest, any really cards that are like push all enemies. You know, usually like I'll play a card that's like, you know, push 1 target 2 or 1 or 3 or whatever. But a card that's exclusively like push everything 1. I've never been a massive fan of playing. Like, I don't know. I just don't. I either haven't found one that I liked or a character that I've liked using it. You know, top abilities are always very premium, and this seems like a very so-so kind of top to me. Generating the light is nice, but we do have 2 other cards that were really, well, 3 other cards, you include the move too. Like, I feel like we're not wanting for light anymore, so I don't feel like we can just look at this and say, oh, but it makes light, so that's real, you know, we need that. It's like, no, we've had 2 cards that do that, with 3 cards that do that very efficiently already, so I don't feel like we need to add another card that strictly does that. Obviously, you could push them into hazardous terrain. You could push them into traps, things like that. But again, push 1 is just a little bit too limiting. I don't know. This to me seems a bit weak. A little bit weak. Maybe good in certain scenarios, but I don't know. Maybe like on balance, not so good. Can't even enhance the push range. It would be very good if you could, I think. I think that's why. It's like the difference between push 1 and push 2. I know it's like it's double, but it does mean a lot. So push 2 can really get things done. Grouping up enemies and stuff like that as well can sometimes be it can be very useful for that kind of thing for allies. So there are people who like to play that way. Like, I've spoken to a lot of people who play Spellweaver, and you know, like for example, they really enjoy playing Black Hole because Black Hole has that ability to group enemies up. And some people like play the game in that way and view the game through that kind of lens. I don't necessarily. I just kind of go like an ability like this. I'm like, can I not just like move and attack something for 3? You know, like that's kind of like where my brain goes. Like this to me looks like an ability that doesn't do enough. But for other people, they'll look at it and be like, oh, all of the potential to position things in the right place. You know, they'll like that. So it's always a hard one for me to really judge. I personally don't like playing them, but see, other people do. 48 initiative, instant ads, yeah. Wait, Black Hole is a card? I've never seen it. Yeah, most people don't. But there's people who play Black Hole because they really, and they actually like will adamantly fight for Black Hole. You know, they will say that it is a legitimate choice over Inferno. And I said, I was like, That's the beauty of Gloomhaven. If you can make it work, you can make it work. You know, it's just Inferno is so strong that it's very difficult to make that choice between the two, in my opinion. But, you know, their argument is sound as to why Black Hole is good. Like, it's a sound argument. I guess we are looking at how many enemies that could be muddled. I mean, again, like muddling is... I think I probably undervalue muddle. I think I probably do. I always see muddle as the kind of ability that I immediately feel like I need curse to make it good. Like, it's the kind of ability that I don't intrinsically think has much value. I much prefer it in combination with curse. You know, that's not going to be the case going forward, though. And muddle statistically is good. Like, if you run the numbers and you say muddle can equate to 1 less damage on average, you know, sometimes it doesn't, sometimes it does. You know, sometimes it's more than 1, sometimes it's not any. I've had many a time where enemies draw +1/+1 against me when they're muddled. So, you know, but on average, you know, if you were to muddle a good group of enemies, it should hopefully equate to -1 damage across the board as you go along. Cursing is going away, or at least it's going to become more premium in the game as a premium effect. So muddle is going to be seen on its own a lot more, and maybe I should just move with the times a little bit and get a bit more behind muddle. It's just, you know, I'm used to muddle being like a very kind of like cherry on top style ability. Like I've always said I would never play an ability purely because it has muddle, but if the ability has muddle, that might be the little thing that tips it over the edge as being something that I would consider. But it's not like I've never seen muddle as a very good standalone ability. The only reason you're liking this spell is the sheer quantity of enemies it can hit, especially if you're tanking and in between all those. Yeah, it's true. In combination with the tanking build, it's quite good. Although this initiative is not amazing, and I mean, we did have that 22, right? But was that a bottom or was that a top? It could be a bomb. It could be a bomb. You could shield 1 and muddle. Sure, I can see that. I feel like the bottom here, though, is pretty nice. Generate light if light is waning. Move 2, heal 1, range 2. No enhancement dot here, though. Not falling for that mistake. But like a move 2, heal 1. You can remove poison, wounds. Brittle. It's going to be very useful. The problem with this card is this initiative. I feel like this ability is, you know, if this card had a lower initiative so that you would very happily play this, you know, then maybe this would come out occasionally as well. Do you know what I mean? Like the biggest problem that this card has is this number here. If this number was either late or early, you could come up with some really... You could basically say, okay, this card is going to be useful for its initiative. Its 2 abilities are versatile, like in different ways. Like they're useful in different situations and can be good. So it would put it over the top. But, you know, if I'm looking at cards to cut, a card like this to me would be very quick to be cut. I don't know, just doesn't, like, it just feels like it might not do quite enough, you know? I just wish it was, you know, pick a lane, late or early, that's fine. It's a level 1 card, you can't ask too much. Yeah, for sure. Right, Violent Sprout. Consume Earth, so we have to consume Earth to do any of this. Create hazardous terrain in 1 featureless hex within 3 hexes and perform attack 2. targeting up to 3 enemies adjacent to or occupying the hex containing the... Ooh, okay. So we gotta clear the way. We gotta clear the way, kinda. Sort of. Not quite as good as Clear the Way, but Clear the Way was also a level 3? No. 4 card? This is good. This is very, very good. It allows you to get the hazardous terrain out, which is something that you want to do. It allows you to get some damage in while you're doing it. Gets you an XP. This one is, wow, this is like a must-play type effect, in my opinion. You know, this will be one of the ways you start to sprawl out on the board with your tiles, and then hopefully get yourself into good tanking positions in the future. So I feel like this is definitely the best one we've seen so far. This is counted as a multi-target attack for enhancements. Yes. If there was an element consume here, then that would be not necessarily the case. Like if you had to consume an element to make it multi-target. But no, it is multi-target by its nature. Yeah, this is really good. Yeah, we're definitely playing this. 100%. And out of the consume elements, this is obviously the one that you're probably going to play pretty sharpish. You want to get some hazardous terrain down quickly. Get them thorns down. 63 initiative. Probably not playing that. Maybe, but probably not. Generate earth if light is strong or waning. So another variation of that. Attack 1, target all adjacent enemies and immobilize. Interesting. So this is a... Oh, okay. Well, there it is, right? There it is. There it is. So we could... You know, this is a way that we can kind of get Shrewd Overgrowth to... You know, give us a bit more of a reliable Shrewd Overgrowth. But then you're going to need a really nice early initiative top ability, which I don't know. 22 was... All right. Initiative boots, maybe? Okay, it's a little bit risky. Like, 22 is not the best, but... could be pretty usable. Does this character want boots of, like, movement boots? I mean, every character can use movement boots. I feel like we have got like a move 3 jump. So usually when you have like a move with a jump already on it, you kind of just go movement boots to just have one really nice big movement, which is on that 92. Huh. Like, could we get away with initiative boots instead? Give us maybe a little bit more of a reliable number, like a 12. Can also push all enemies with that on the top. True. What was it? The initiative's a bit like a bit wonk though, right? Yeah. I feel like it's a bit wonky. It's a very much like, you know, hope. You know, cross your fingers and hope type thing. I feel like it's the kind of thing you want to play with this. You play this the turn before. Then you... So the previous turn, you basically just get in the middle of a bunch of enemies. You're going to play the top of this, and you're going to play, what, your move 4 or something? Just try and get in the middle of a bunch of enemies. Then on the next turn, you're going to go boom. Attack them. Make sure they're immobilized. And maybe play... Hopefully there's some extra terrain there, and then maybe play... Encased in Thorns as well and have a really big shield turn. I mean, it's one of those kind of plays that if you pull it off and it happens and it works well, it's going to feel really good. Like, it's going to, you know, that's going to be a very strong swingy play that will, you know, that will decimate a room potentially in terms of melee enemies at least. Or not melee enemies if they're immobilized. Doesn't really matter. I like it. I think it's... This card is... I mean, the top is incredibly playable. The bottom is got some really nice use with some of your other cards. What I quite like about this character so far is there hasn't been like a dud card, if that makes sense. Like there feels like there's it's very tight, you know? Like there are so many little kind of like, well, you play this one with this one, but if you play the top instead with the bottom of this other card, then you get this. But if you play it the bottom with this other card, then you get this. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of interchanging patterns or selections that you can do with the different cards and abilities, which is going to give this character a lot of flexibility, which I like. Like one of the reasons why I love the crack art is that they kind of do a bit of everything, and they have a lot of nice, like their cards just are pretty much always good. Like you can run around with the crack art. You don't have to think too hard. At least I don't find I have to think too hard. And you know that you're going to have good opportunities to use your cards, you know? You're not always like... You can always just basically play a turn and then go, okay, what cards do I want to play next turn? You don't have to think too many rounds in front if you really don't want to. And I feel like this character has a little bit of that, because you could look at the board and go, okay, great. The enemies have done that this turn, so they're now here. Cool, so I have a really good ability to do this. The trick will be that you still need to keep these elements going. You can't switch off. There's definitely still an active part of this character where you want to be keeping this light strong, and you're going to be wanting to obviously then create this earth and have these turns. So there is still like a couple of sprinkled in bits where you're like, I should really do that. But it also feels like, hey, this particular scenario, I'm against enemies that have really high shield. Okay, great. They have low health, really high shield. What shall I do? I'm going to bring my big retaliate combo and then kind of work out how you're going to play at that. And you're not necessarily having to always chop and change your sideboard in order to kind of, you know, do that. You have a good amount of cards that will work in most situations, most scenarios, give you a lot of flexibility with the scenario that you're playing without feeling too bad. So, where you're going to get blown out, of course, is when you're in a scenario where there's enemies that keep stealing your elements or scenario rules that keep upsetting your elements. But so far, I'm liking it. Feels very intricate. Feels like it's been... There's a lot of thought that's gone into it, because you can quite clearly see all of the kind of threads running through the character, which is good. Okay, on to our first X card. We'll do perks after the X cards, so then we can get a good sense of how good our attack modifier deck is going to be too. So Black Rose is our first X. Attack 2. Target all enemies within 2 hexes. Immobilize. Create light for 2 XP. Burn. So this is a pretty good burn. 12 initiative. That's our lowest initiative yet.
Yeah, boy. A little bit spicy.
12 initiative is definitely getting into that. I would use that as a move 2 type territory. But this top attack is unstable upheaval, but it has immobilize. It's on 12 initiative, and you could run away afterwards. So this could be hard control. Could be hard control against the right types of enemies, right? I think it's a very strong burn. Especially if you can get strengthen as well. If you can get like strengthen on yourself and some way of maybe buffing it up in some way. It's gonna be good. Power potion. Double burn. The double burn. So the bottom of this though is place hazardous terrain in all featureless hexes occupied by you and all adjacent enemies. All enemies suffer 1 damage. Push 2. Target all... Oh, wow. Okay, this is a really unique ability. So, we place hazardous terrain in all of the featureless hexes occupied by us and all adjacent enemies. So, let's do like a little... where's the top card? This is the one that I kind of want to do this with. So, we would put it here, 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 and here. Let's say, right? Let's say we're surrounded by 3 enemies and we're here. So we put 1 here for us. We put 1 here, we put 1 here, we put 1 here. then we push them away. And because of, you know, the way that focusing works, these guys are not going to want to go on here unless they have to. So that could end up being hard control, because now maybe this guy, you push him off this way, and actually there's a wall here, so he's got to go all the way around this way to come get you. Same with this guy, same with this guy. So it could save you points of damage. Or alternatively, if there is no way for them to go, like they would have to go onto this, then of course they're going to go on there and they're going to take damage. So... and they're going to take potentially a fair bit of damage if you're playing on increased difficulty. So that seems to me like a pretty good... I mean, as far as double burns go, you do 1 damage as well. As far as double burns go, this is pretty good. I would have loved this to have not, you know, to maybe not create dark and something else. But, I mean, it's called Black Rose. So, you know, kind of had to make dark at some point, right? And the thing is that I play Unstable Upheaval because it's got a very good top attack, very similar to this. On, I think it was 12, right? It's 12 or 13. So I play a double burn on the Crackheart just because of this number, because I use it as a move too, a lot of the time. And then when I have the opportunity to do my big attack, I do it. So, I mean, I have to like this card, right? I play Unstable Hero because it has 30 initiative and a broken... oh, yeah, of course. But what I'm saying is that I feel like that's the package that you want, right? This is also a broken top attack. Potentially. Maybe not to the same level of Unstable Upheaval, but it's pretty damn good. It could, in theory, be better depending on how you view Immobilize and in what scenario you're in, right? This class looks like a reworked Crackheart. It's got some beats, some Crackheart beats in it for sure. You know, we've got like this. Oh, well, yeah. No, this isn't it. This? Just different elements. Same ability, different elements. Same kind of ability. I mean, I'd play Black Rose for sure. You're 11 card class as well. You could easily burn this and be fine. Yeah, I think Black Rose is probably making the cut. That's two really cool abilities, actually. The problem with Unstable Upheaval is the bottom is basically unplayable. Outside of just getting XP. But this actually has maybe it has a bottom that you would consider playing over the top. I feel like the top is probably where it's at a lot of the time. But if you just wanted to get a bunch of hazardous terrain out quick, gum up a scenario in a certain way, this does it very quick. Very, very quick. All right, next up we have Spiked Embrace. Attack 2, range 2, pierce 2, pull 1. Well, that's a good card as well. 31 initiative. I mean, the range 2 is a little bit restrictive, but it's not that bad. The pierce 2 is great. That's brilliant. That's really good on a level 1 card. That just means a couple of enemies that you might have to deal with early on won't be half as hard as they would normally be. The pull 1 as well, of course, will hopefully allow them to go into some hazardous terrain or a trap. Like, in theory, you could kill... You could do, hopefully, a decent amount of damage to something like a golem or a frost demon. Something like that with a card like this. Pull them into a trap, pull them into hazardous terrain. That PS2 is going to help out. Like, there's some really good applications for this. This is just like a really good example of just a very strong by the numbers value card. Like, it doesn't like have any kind of super unique mechanic to do with this class on it. No. But as far as Gloomhaven numbers go, it's a very efficient card. You played the bottom of Unstable Upheaval once, and you neglected to tell your teammates about the suffer 1 damage. It's a good way to troll your teammates for sure. Mine and I definitely. Pons, how's it going, bud? New to you, sir. So what do we think about Spiked Embrace, guys? I mean, like, it's an X card, but it feels... The top feels like just a value attack, you know? This is the kind of card that maybe if you are playing in one of those scenarios where your elements keep getting stolen from you, this is a very safe card to just bring in and be effective with. Like, you bring this in, it'll be effective. You'll find a good use for it. You just go down the route of, I'm going to be making terrain, hazardous terrain. I'm going to be making my thorns, and I'm going to use something like Spiked Embrace. And that's how I'm going to be effective in this scenario, because I can't be with my elements because my elements have gone. So that's kind of like how I feel about it. Which is not a bad X card, but usually this kind of, like an ability like this, I could see a lot of people just bringing it regardless, because it's just good by the numbers Gloomhaven. The bottom is create hazardous terrain in the hex you occupy if it is featureless. All right, nice generation there. Heal 3 self. Okay, this card's going up in my value. Generate light if light is waning. So we get to make hazardous terrain. All right, this card's really good. Okay, this card's just good. Because, like, I haven't liked the fact that we've had to either burn a card to create hazardous terrain, or we've had to, like, give up our whole turn, like, top action to create hazardous terrain so far. This is a bottom create hazardous terrain. So I feel like similar to, like, I mean, this has got my 2 favorite things really to see on the bottom of a card, which is, you know, something that interacts with your mechanic, which this does, and a heal. Like, these are the 2 things that I really like to see. Obviously attacks as well, of course, but this type of thing I like to see on the bottom, because it means that, let's say we have a card that references hazardous terrain or something like that, we then suddenly have one already on the board. So, for example, for this, right? Suddenly you can essentially turn Lashing Thorns on in a single turn, which is cool. As far as X cards go, so far, very strong. Man, this character's going to be really hard to pick your 11 cards, huh? I mean, I feel like I mean, this is the card that I will probably be ditching. I know it has good use in certain situations, but out of all of the cards so far, I mean, every other card has just done something. Like, it's done something pretty either unique or useful, good in its own right. Man, tough choices. Very tough choices. All right, the last X card then. Thorn Stride. Attack 3, add Pierce 1 and gain 1 XP if you occupy hazardous terrain. Add +1 attack if the target occupies hazardous terrain. Okay. So potentially this could be an attack for Pierce 1. On maybe 2 things. I mean, that's maybe a little bit Magical Christmas Land. But to be honest, I think I would be very happy if I'm just hitting 1 guy here. If I'm hitting 2 guys for 3, that's already pretty solid value. You know, this is skewer without the consume sort of. It's skewer in another way. Harder to hit than skewer, obviously, to get the bonuses and things, but it's skewer. Skewer's always been good. And if we can manipulate this to work, I think this will be very good. This class with the hazardous terrain heal boots is ridiculous. Oh, yeah. Fun little enhancement dot to make it opposing strike. Yeah, if you really want to be playing a crack card. You could go for this one if you wanted. I feel like you'd probably go for this one, though. This is a really good attack as well, guys. And we've got a 24 initiative move 4 on the bottom of it as well. Jesus, how do you... This movement is unaffected by hazardous terrain as well. I mean, that feels like just slam dunk playable. Wow, this is really difficult. I mean, I've said that about a lot of classes. I've been very impressed by the lack of filler. You play Gloomhaven, and there always feels like either the X cards or maybe this is a little bit of a, maybe you could actually argue this is a bit of a downside to the Crimson Scales characters in some way, or a kind of a shift, right? Because you know, if the idea of the X cards is that, hey, they are like sideboard cards, they're supposed to be cards that maybe you wouldn't want to maybe play with every scenario, but they have good situational use. I feel like Gloomhaven in general does that pretty well. Like, there are some classes that do it better than others, but there are definitely cards, like, for example, if you're playing Lightning Bolt, there's some good kind of, oh yeah, I want to bring this one in. You know, there are some X cards that you want to play with all the time because they're just that good. But I feel like, you know, with a class like this, there's no bad cards here. Like, there's none. There's like I say, like maybe this one's a bit weaker, but there's really no bad cards here. To a point where I'm like, well, when do I want to use this X card? Well, I want to use this X card all the time. When do I want to use this X card? Well, I probably want to use this X card all the time. Like, do you know what I mean? There's no specific situation. And this one, because of the initiative, well, I probably want to use it all the time. I mean, maybe that's not a good enough reason to use this card. I don't know, but... The boost to protect you from hazardous terrain or unlocked via scenarios. They wouldn't be available in this campaign. No, not if you're playing, I guess, if you're playing Crimson Scales as is, but of course, if you are mixing and matching, which I imagine quite a lot of people will do. Yeah. The only card here that I'm thinking, I don't really like Super Radiance. Extended Branch, I think, would be one I would cut. And play Thornstride. Black Rose. Tough, though. Some non-prosperity items do get unlocked in CS, but it's a low number, mostly through treasure chests. Okay, Nets, thanks. Makes you wonder if this one might be in there. It might be, it might not be. I mean, I don't know. Might not be reusing items that are maybe not so popular, but, you know. At least there's going to be classes that can maybe make less popular items more popular. All right, well, let's have a look at the perks, shall we? Okay, so in terms of how much attacking we do a decent amount of attacking. This character is definitely like a nice kind of attacking and tanking hybrid character that we've seen so far. More of a melee kind of character too. With some good range attacks still, though. Like, we're fairly versatile, it feels like, actually, thinking about it more. Because some of our melees are actually kind of almost ranged sometimes, so yeah, we're very versatile. So replace one -1 card with one rolling +1 if light is strong or waning card. I mean, that's just good. It's removing bad cards. It's adding cards that just add as well. With the new, if you're playing the new rolling modifier rules, then, which you absolutely should be, then this is great. No reason not to take these. Replace one -2 with one +0 card. Again, that's just getting rid of that -2 is huge. That -2 is as good as a miss a lot of the time. So get rid of that. Love it. Add 3 rolling +1s if light is strong or waning. See a bit of a theme coming in here. Add 2 rolling create light cards. That's an interesting one. Could be quite nice. I guess it depends. Like the thing with a perk like this, it's really going to come down to, you know, do you actually just generate enough light through your cards, and do you keep that light going through your cards enough? And is this just a bit overkill? I'm not too sure at this stage. Add 3 rolling earth if light is strong or waning. I would probably prefer, I mean, it's one perk to add 3 of these. Probably prefer this to this, I would think. These to begin with, maybe. I don't know. Add 1 create hazardous terrain in 1 hex within range 1 card. That's a pretty unique perk. That's pretty unique. I quite like that. It's free. I mean, for example, let's say you're attacking somebody with pull. Like you just happen to be using your ranged attack with pull. And, you know, there's nothing for you to pull into at this stage. You're just thinking, well, you know, it's an attack. I'm attacking them, right? I'll probably decline the pull. Well, this could be the difference between whether or not you decline the pull or not. You pull this out, put the hazardous terrain in front of you, then you'd want to enact the pull. So it can work quite well with the pull cards. So I like that. I like it. I mean, it's only one of them, though. So, you know, it's not like a reliable thing you could hope for, but I feel like that could have some really nice synergy with your pulls. Just played a scenario in Guild Master mode where there was 2 sets of enemies who could also target themselves. Are there any more like that? Feels like a funny challenge. Yes, there are. There's a few scenarios where there's kind of 3 parties involved. Yeah. There's the big one that I know is the one that kind of keeps coming up in my save because it was a job mission, was the one with the light demons and the night demons fighting each other. Like a bunch of sun demons and a bunch of night demons fighting each other. That was always an interesting one because you could kind of just chill a little bit, but then when the sun demons pulled their attack everything card, like the whole scenario just was busted wide open. I remember a scenario where night demons and sun demons were attacking each other. Yeah, there you go. Same scenario. Yeah, that's the one. Great minds think alike, Vandalay. Is the card that creates hazardous terrain supposed to be cycling? No, I don't think so. It doesn't say it does, so it is like adding an extra card. It's not a rolling one. The one you played with was with guards, arch. Oh, you played the one where it's like Inox versus like city guards or whatever it was. Well, look out for the night demon and the sun demon one. It's a fun one. Be a scenario without killing an enemy. To be honest, I think I might have actually done that challenge before. The problem with that the problem with that one deck is it's very like, there's a bit of a problem with it because it's very RNG heavy. Because if, for example, how those scenarios can go, and I've seen this happen, is for example, on the night demon one, the night demons go early very regularly. Like they just keep drawing their early initiatives. They absolutely massacre the sun demons, and then you're just basically faced with a room with full health night demons. So like it doesn't balance very well because you're kind of hoping that they do damage to each other. Like I remember I played one time where I did just try and like sit there and do nothing, and I can't remember what other abilities that I was playing, but it's very like tied to the RNG of what comes up. So So I would like, we could try it, but I'm just saying like be aware that it's one of those cards that it can go either way. Like if we're saying we can't kill an enemy, like define killing. Like, am I okay to apply wound? You know, like things like that, you know? Like, does that constitute killing because I applied the wound? I mean, it doesn't in terms of the game rules, but in terms of the challenge rules, how does that fit? You know, there's like things like that that can derail a challenge like that. Add one rolling on the next attack targeting you while you occupy hazardous terrain. Discard this card to gain retaliate 3. Oh. Hello there. That's... Is that really good? Like, really, really good? I mean, I guess there's a situation when the next attack targeting you isn't in range of the retaliate. That's possible. But it's like basically getting a 3 free damage, possibly. I think that could be very good. This is maybe this is better. I would take this one first for sure. For consistency purposes, I would be taking this one for sure. The same one, but just with shield. I'd be taking this one absolutely. Wow. Okay. It's gotten kind of spicy at the end here with these perks, huh? Seems like a really good perk. Yeah, I agree. How do these work? So essentially, when you draw this, you put it into your active area. And then I think that there's basically a symbol missing here. There should be the... Where are you? There should be this symbol here. Realistically. Like to make it make more sense. I mean, maybe they couldn't fit it in. But essentially you flip it. It goes into your active area. And then on the next attack, you would discard it to gain shield 3. So where some of these perks have been bad in the past, like a perk like this, in the past would just be rolling gain retaliate 3, right? It would just be you get retaliate 3, which would be potentially really good because suddenly you've got retaliate 3 for the entire round. So maybe you end up 3 enemies attacking you, do 9 damage. But also it could be terrible because you draw it at the wrong time and it doesn't feel good. What this does is that it at least means that when you draw it, there's a good chance that it could do something because it will just go into your active area and wait. Then when it could trigger, it will trigger. So the problem with this is that it just says on the next attack targeting you. So like this could do nothing because it could be a ranged attack against you. This, however, will always do something and will always give you that shield 3. So I'm all in on the shield one for sure because it's very reliable. It's specific, like we have to be in hazardous terrain, but I mean that's essentially buying a free shield 3 on one attack. I'll take that all day because that will negate most damage, I would say. That will negate a huge amount of damage, you know. Maybe even the entire attack, especially early on. Now, is it an early game perk I would recommend getting? Tough. I feel like this is like, you know, the temptation is always to just get your deck to a really nice place where you're not drawing these miserable cards like the -2s and the -1s. Like it's always really nice to kind of try and get yourself there. But I think this is maybe a very good one to follow up with. Ignore negative item effects and add one rolling +1 if light is strong or waning. That's nice. It's an ignore negative item effects, which this character has a tanking sub-theme, so that's useful. And it actually does something else as well. It's not just a very boring perk. A very boring but sometimes necessary perk. I like it when they add a little something to it as well, which is what they've done here, which is nice. Magical Christmas Lamb, +6 shield and +6 retaliate. Yep. I mean, if you draw that though, I mean, that would be like a really nice moment. Right? If that happens, it'd be a great moment. Oh, we got a double perk. Wow. Okay. All right, this is the perk you get. That's really good. It's like a free defensive stance. It's free defensive stance because you don't have to burn a card for it. 7 shield now, yeah. You don't have to burn a card for it. You can kind of just forget it. Like, you just get it and forget it. It's going to take you 2 check marks, so it's not something you're going to be able to get super quick. I mean, potentially you could if you're really good. You know, you get to level 2, get a check mark, and maybe, you know, do a double check mark battle goal, do a single. Like, so in theory, you could get it very quick. You'd have to be on it. Is this worth 2 perks? I mean, I think absolutely. Most of your cards encourage you to be on hazardous terrain, or a lot of them will give you benefits for being on hazardous terrain. So it's like, it's just natural synergy. And it's, you know, you have that one that just gives you one underneath you as well. What was it? Was it one of the X cards? This one, right? So like this suddenly becomes like, you know, give yourself shield 1, heal 3. Man, that's good. All right, this character's pretty powerful, I think. You've got a lot of tools at your disposal. A lot of tools. So if you draw both rolling shield 3 interactive area, then get attacked for 3 damage, you have to lose both shield 6 or keep 1 for later. You would have to use both. You would even if you didn't need the extra shield, you would have to use it because it is the next attack. It's kind of like it's kind of like a trigger that happens like before damage. Does that make sense? So unlike something like an armor or something, or where you can like, oh, I choose to use a charge. It's like basically it's triggered on the targeting, not on the damage, right? So an enemy targets you, which then means, okay, these 2 cards come into play. This effect comes into play. It triggers. You gain shield 3 for this attack. Then you resolve the damage minus the shields. There's what happens, you know? So it's like it triggers a slightly... It triggers on targeting rather than... You know, a lot of armor items is like, take damage. Do you want to use, you know, using your charge? Or whatever. Like, for example, if an enemy... If you would have to gain shield 6. If the enemy draws their miss... Too bad, so sad, you know? Yeah, this is fantastic. Okay, this character's definitely got some power to it, for sure. It's got some great power to it. And a very versatile team player by the looks of things. You got a lot of things that a lot of like your own synergies, but you've got synergies with other characters. It feels like it could slot quite nicely into anything else, really. You've got some heals you could throw to your allies if you really were feeling that way as well. So, all right, I'm liking it. All right, level 2 then. Onwards and upwards. Let's get this cracking. Okay. Outward spurs. Create hazardous terrain in the hex you occupy if it is featureless. I feel like we're going to want to... We're definitely going to want to focus on this, right? This is... The value of this is pretty high, I think. Especially now we know we're going to get shield 1 every time we do it. So, let's... You know, this kind of thing is going to be really good. Attack 2, PS2. This is a... I mean, what is this? You know? What? So many weird AoEs this character has. I mean, I like it because it's kind of like, it's like nature, right? Like, it doesn't really, like roots or whatever, like it doesn't really have maybe a step out. And this is one of those kind of characters where I can see, like, if you have trouble visualizing the AoE patterns, like I'm rotating them and stuff on the board, you might get like a bit of a headache. So you might just like ignore this one hex and just think it's like this and this. I don't know. It's quite rare that you get enemies split like this though, unless you jump into the middle of them. It's quite rare that enemies would be split in this way. Interesting, just realized that it has some slight tweaks from the one posted on Reddit, at least on perks. Curious what else changed. AKA the shield 1. Okay. Part of it was because we pushed for it to not have 18 perks and not for it to force Frosthaven enhancements, because it's a Frosthaven class, not a... It's a what? I'm confused. Hey, it's a Gloomhaven class, not a Frosthaven class. Right, I see. But then you got the double... Well, you got the double check marks. That's, So it's supposed to be more in line with, like, Gloomhaven stuff, but it's, The version on Reddit forced Frosthaven enhancement rules. Right. Okay, well, I mean, I like the perks. I like where they're at. I think they're very good. So how do we rate this? It's a fairly weak attack in terms of number, but the PS2 makes it so that, you know, there's a good chance of drawing cards here. Our deck is very good, I would say. Our attack modifier deck is great, and we have plenty of AoEs, so flipping a bunch of cards is very useful for us. So any opportunity that we have to flip a card from that attack modifier deck, I think we're going to be very happy about. So although the actual number attack 2 seems, you know, maybe a little bit underwhelming, the PS2 will make sure that we get through to enemies that are relevant, and it'll give it a little bit of longevity into on higher difficulties, and also just into the late game a little bit more as well, with enemies that do end up gaining shield over time. But also, you know, a lot of these cards like could end up being an additional +1 if light is strong or waning, which could be possible here. You know, we could end up flipping the shield card or the retaliate 3 card. So I feel like there's a lot of good flips. We don't get our I guess we don't get our deck super lean. There's only what, one, so we replace 3 cards. Yes, we only replace 3 cards. So, you know, there's a lot of +0s in our deck, I guess. There is a lot of +0s. Would have loved to have seen Dust on this class, but that maybe have been too good. May have been too good. Yeah, so maybe we don't get that many good things. We've got a lot of rolling, but we're going to draw a lot of +0s. A lot of +0s. So the bottom of this is all adjacent enemies suffer 1 damage. Move 2 plus X, where X is the number of enemies that suffer damage from this action. That's kind of cool. Other way round. Usually it's move, do the damage. This is do the damage, move. Will work well with that top immobilize action that we had. That top attack immobilize. This is like a quite an interesting one. I feel like this. I think this is pretty valuable. And this is like just fine, I think. I'm okay with outward spurs. It's not blowing my socks off right now, but this feels worth it. This is just decent. And this could do a decent amount of damage and could be a nice move away. The initiative of 43, though, is pretty unplayable, so let's see what else we get at 2. So Floral Burst. Heal 2. Affect self and all adjacent allies. Strengthen. Create light. I mean, that's a big strengthen. That's a strengthen a bunch of people, right? Heal everybody for 2. Strengthen everybody as well. And then create light. This just seems like the better version of that heal that we had, right? I feel like this is a very easy swap out for that heal 3, range 3. Like, it completely replaces this ability. "30 initiative is better as well than the 50 on the other one." Or I think it was 50. Okay, well, I mean, it's a definite improvement. The adjacency thing might be a little bit tough, but because it's a top action, at least if you really did want to be like, I'm going to be the nice guy here, you could just move and do this. You know, sometimes an ability like this is sometimes put on the bottom, which makes it a little bit hard. Obviously, with strengthen, that would be amazing because we could immediately use it. But then it wouldn't become... It would become less of a support ability and more of a selfish, I'm going to strengthen myself kind of ability. So I like the fact that it's on the top here because it limits the strength of the card somewhat and probably keeps it to being a little bit more of a, I'm actually going to take the active effort to try and trigger this on allies as well, rather than just strengthen myself. It's fine. You could do that if you wanted to. There is also that little attack 1 bottom that we had that immobilizes everything. So you could, in theory, strengthen yourself to an attack 1 with immobilize on all adjacent enemies, isn't it? Where are you? Where are you? There. So you could, I mean, but an attack 1 strengthened is probably going to end up not looking amazing. So you're definitely a bit limited in that respect. The bottom of this is Consume Earth. Okay, so I think this is the first bottom action that has been a consume that we've had, like that we have to have it. Move 5. That's a huge amount of movement. This movement is unaffected by hazardous terrain. Nice. Add +1 attack to all your attacks this round. Ooh. Ooh. Now I want wing shoes. Now I want wing shoes. What kind of boots? We want every different type of boot. Oh, now I kind of want wing shoes. I mean, this is really good. And the thing is that you can kind of like generate this, right, through other means. I'm trying to think, like, what would be a great top to combine with that? I mean, any of our AoEs, of course. But like for this, for example, like imagine if you used it to move 5 onto hazardous terrain. Light is strong or waning. So you get the earth back. You get potentially an attack 4, pierce 1 on 2 things. That's really nice. Do we have another good one? No, we're not playing that one. Obviously, just this. You couldn't do it with this. It's a very smart use of this to stop you from being able to do it. Like, it's a very good way of making sure that this ability is not abused. You get the motivation to limit how adding earth generation everywhere reduces the puzzle of some of these cards, but it probably goes too far, especially as a coherent package for Crimson Scales. Oh, on this one? In the sense that you think that if they put the new enhancement dots on this particular character, it would make things too expensive, you think, or would be too restrictive? More about the complete avoidance of spots to enhance earth. Oh, I see what you mean. So the fact that they are specifically trying to avoid you from being able to do that. Gotcha. They intentionally made Earth unenhanceable on any non-Earth consumer, which is right. I mean, I get why you would do that, because you don't want, like, I've said this before, you know, this is a very common complaint that I have about class design for Gloomhaven, you know, any Gloomhaven class, Frosthaven class, regardless. A lot of my problem with it is that there's a very easy tendency, and one of the worst offenders for this was the Fire Knight, actually. Fire Knight had this problem as well. Where there's a tendency to say, okay, your character is about this, right? This is something that your character does. Okay, and it needs this thing to operate. Okay, and what they do is they restrict your access to whatever that resource is at low levels, right? Just make it so that at low levels, it's hard for you to generate that resource, interact with that resource, or whatever it may be. You know, for Eclipse, we were talking about earlier, it's your dark generation, right? We'll make it so that your dark generation isn't that great. Then what they do is they drip feed you cards that basically give you that thing back and say, okay, here you go. Well, here's a card that does that. Here's a card that does that. And it feels nice to become more efficient. But as you level up, those mechanics that were initially interesting because you were having to work this puzzle out of, okay, I have to play this card, then I want to go and do this. That level of engagement in the character starts to just drop off a cliff, because you then realize, well, no, I don't need to worry about that thing anymore. I've got all these cards that I can do whatever I want. So it becomes you just play whatever card, because there's no reason to play certain cards in certain orders anymore, because you just have all of the good stuff and you just play all of the good stuff. You know, Lightning Bolt was another one, suffered this in some degree, where at early levels and it's not necessarily, it's actually just a mistake really of maybe Gloomhaven's character leveling design in general, but the whole idea of you having to use your health as a resource kind of and, you know, generating fire and using fire for certain cards kind of goes away when every card that you have, or some of your best cards, either generate fire, don't use your health. You have a massive health pool because you're now level 7 or 8, so that downside tends to go away. You know, you have loads of rolling, create fire, all of this stuff and the other. It just makes the character very powerful but vanilla, because you've taken away what made the character interesting to learn how to play and challenging. You've kind of just made it like more powerful, you know? I just don't, I like it when a character doesn't lose its identity as it levels up. And sure, it might be a little bit harsh for them to, with the Frosthaven enhancement of this character, it might be a bit harsh for them to say, well, they've stopped you from being able to create any easy shortcuts. Maybe that is a bit harsh for some players, but I can't blame them for doing it, because I feel like it's very easy to just say, oh, you just enhance this onto this card and then that problem goes away forever. You know, oh, just collect 60 gold, buy this enhancement, problem goes away. You know? You're a staunch believer that when you can make a class do better at X, this class should be able to tackle its core strategy right out of the gate, level 1. It's one of the reasons why Triforce is one of the worst classes of all time. I agree that Triforce, it has a line that you can play at level 1, but yes, it is too restrictive at level 1 in terms of being able to properly function. Yes, that character will rarely be played at level 1, but then digital came out, and actually Guildmaster, you have to play at level 1. So, you know, there is now something out that shows the weakness evidently. Yeah, I'm personally just a believer that I don't feel like a character should necessarily lose its identity as it levels up. There should be some happy middle ground here where we can increase the power level without taking away the challenge. And you know, it's hard. It's very hard to do. It's so hard to do. Your power creep and just making things more better value and things is so easy to do. Like, it's so, I say it's easy, but it's just it's natural. So it's not an easy thing to do at all. Isn't a point like D&D start off weak, get stronger as you play? Yes, but that's what I'm saying. There needs to be like a happy middle ground where it's you are getting stronger, so your attacks are doing more damage, you know, and there's a bigger payoff, if you like, right? So the payoff just gets bigger, but the mechanic doesn't necessarily get lost. So you still have to pay life if you're a lightning bolt. My basic thing is that there should be more cards at high level lightning bolt that require you to pay health, right? But instead they're just attack cards. That's it. They're just good value attack cards. So like, I always use lightning bolt as the example for this because I feel like it is the worst defender, because it's one of the characters that I have the most fun playing up to level 4. I love playing the character from level 1 to level 4. I have so much fun. And then from that point onwards, I could literally retire the character and not care to play anymore. Like, I get myself Flurry of Axes, whatever, maybe play up to 5. Get Flurry of Axes, done. It's a gameplay loop thing, yeah. And it's not easy to do. It's really hard. It's not something that like every class can do, but I feel like it's very easy to you know, it's almost like a working back process where you say, okay, this character is going to use this resource. Okay, great. So you would maybe start with them always having access to the resource, and then you would just sort of take it away and you kind of reverse engineer it backwards so that, okay, is it going to work at this point? Whereas I felt like, you know, what was another great example of this? Oh man, the big beetle guy. The big beetle guy. Why can't I remember his name? I'm so bad with remembering class names from Crimson Scales. The big beetle guy with the thing. Amber Aegis, thank you. That guy, he's a good example of the mounds, the insect mounds being really interesting to begin with, and then just over time they just become less interesting. Like, that mechanic just kind of like just sort of it's kind of like useful at early levels and interesting to play with, but over time it kind of like, because you don't increase your hand size, right? And because you don't increase your hand size, you're swapping out level 1 cards for level 3, 4, 5, 6 cards. So as you're doing that, you know, if I'm swapping out a card that makes something, because the new card that I've got is just an attack 4, range 5, you know, it just becomes like this compounding problem because of the hand limit restriction in the game, where you want to give players more power because you want them to feel more powerful as they level up. But as you do that, they're going to be getting rid of maybe their level 1 kit or their early level kits that were like the mechanical way to play the character. So it's just tricky. You know, it's not easy to do. It's one of the things that, you know, Gloomhaven, the restrictiveness of Gloomhaven, you know, it's a blessing and a curse. It's great to work with sometimes, but it can really be difficult because you can't just be like, oh, I'll give you this card that helps you do this, because every card is like replacing a card. And does replacing that card mean that a certain strategy no longer works, but you don't care because the new card kind of blows everything out of the water? You know, you don't want to negate 6 levels of a mechanic because at level 7 you get a card that just says don't care about it anymore. You know, Triforce, right? Got 6 levels of caring about a certain way to do something. Get to level 7, that you know, like it's, I mean, that's a bit extreme. I'm being a bit harsh there, but you know, that kind of thing. Anyway, so level 2. Level 2, I think I'm probably taking Floral Burst, honestly. I actually quite like Outward Spurs. I think I think this is very valuable. But I feel like this replaces a card immediately, very cleanly, and we get a really big move, which can give us a buff. I just feel like that's good. Like, this attack is a little bit underwhelming because unfortunately we are just going to be drawing a lot of +0s. So although this will hit enemies and will do damage, it's, you know, I feel like you'd have to play this in conjunction with some sort of move and shield or something. You'd have to have some sort of shield going on, which I guess you could do because you're going to be on some hazardous terrain. So I don't know. I feel like they're pretty close, to be honest. They're very close to each other. On a different day, I could take either of them. They're good for different reasons. You really enjoyed the Red Guard shield spike progression, where it was good early, weak in the middle levels, and then takes off at 8 and 9. It was fun to mix in different playstyles along the way. Yeah, that's a good example of a character that shield spikes just gets... Shield spikes just kind of is a constant in that. And that's it works well for that character because you're building off of a passive ability that you get at level 1. You know, you get level 1, and then it's like, well, we can increase the effectiveness of this passive ability. So that's kind of like a good one. Like if other characters did it, approached it in the same way, it would work quite well, right? It's kind of like I'm trying to think of someone who has like a level 1. I can't think of another one off the top of my head, but someone who would want to burn like a card on like, and then use that benefit. The Drifter. The Drifter is a pretty good example of this, I guess. Because the Drifter can get more powerful as they level up just by being more efficient with their charges. So that's a good example of like, the Drifter is a great example of a character that at level 1 immediately gets access to all of their mechanics, pretty much. But then from the leveling up perspective, you just refine that mechanic. That mechanic doesn't go away. You don't suddenly go, we no longer use this active ability. You don't need to use active abilities anymore. Here's an attack 6 or something, you know? Like, it just refines the process, making it easier, stronger, and going in that direction. The Drift is another good example, I think. You say fish just there's only some drift. Yeah. I mean, obviously there's variations, but you know where I'm coming from here. You know where like I'm coming from with this point. point is that you still use them, right? Yeah, okay. All right, on to level 3. Anyway, good chat. It's good points. Bright Skies. So attack 3, pierce 1, add +1 attack and +1 pierce, and generate light if light is strong or waning. Okay. So this is like, I mean, this might be the most vanilla attack. Oh no, we did have like an attack 3, range 3. But in terms of melee, this is probably the most vanilla attack we've had. So this is potentially an attack 4, pierce 2, which is very strong. If light is strong or waning. Very good value attack. Really, really good value attack. So, I mean, anybody would take that any day of the week. 29 initiative. The bottom is remove 1 negative condition from yourself. This can be used while you have stun. Interesting. Move 3, create light. Well, that's another move, make an element. I mean, that's an immediate upgrade to that other one we were playing, which was the move 2, create an element, right? But that did have really late initiative. That was like the 97 or something, wasn't it? I think. Oh, no, that was the move 3 jump. I can't remember. No, that was like really bad initiative, wasn't it? It was like 50 or something. Like 40 or 50. So this seems good. Like, it's a move 3, make element, but has the upside of getting rid of whatever. Like, if you get immobilized, see you later, immobilized. I feel like the ones that you'll be like, in my opinion, players should never really get stunned. It's quite hard for you to get stunned as a player. There's only a few things that do it. It's quite hard for it to happen, really. And you should be killing those enemies as a priority. So, like, removing stun, cool. One of the reasons why Cure Potion isn't a very commonly played item is that generally players can play around a lot of the negative conditions in the game. There obviously Saw interacts and removes negative conditions and has a lot of bonuses with that and stuff like that. Has a lot, hamstring and needs cure potions for removing things like that. But it's usually players play around most of these a lot of the time, but having a way to get rid of like muddle, because muddle can just be sometimes a bit annoying. See, get rid of like poisoned or wound without having to play a heal card. This could be a good way of you getting rid of a poison. For example, you could get rid of poison and then you could heal, right? And you'd actually get the heal value rather than the heal just removing the poison. So it's a way to kind of get rid of poison in a way that could benefit a heal top as well. And yeah, I think getting rid of Immobilize is going to be the big one, I think. I mean, I don't know what kind of enemies are in Crimson Scales particularly and what effects they can give you, but Immobilize is one of those ones that for this character, because they want to be on their hazardous terrain a lot, I can see getting Immobilized not on something could be a real big problem for you. So having maybe a way to play around that would be quite good. So I feel like this is quite nice. And you may get Disarmed. Disarmed is another one that comes up a bit more regularly than Stun. There's a few enemies that can disarm. Shamans can do that. Wind Demons can do that. There's a few that can get you with those abilities. So Stun, less likely. Disarm can happen, certain scenarios. But Immobilize and Muddle are probably the two that I'm looking at here thinking those are the ones that this could remove, and Immobilize isn't a very annoying one. Has there been any character that has this much of their kit built around just one mechanic? In this case, the strong waning light. It's a good question, actually. Probably not. I mean, like, every card seems to have some relation to either elements being strong or waning, consuming an element, or negative terrain. This character does, every single card does seem to fit into it. And also, what's also kind of so far on this character, I mean, we're at level 3 here, so maybe we'll divert a little bit. To me, there's maybe a bit more of a tanky build versus a more damage build. I can see that kind of emerging here, but a lot of the cards between the two seem pretty interchangeable, right? I'm not, at this point in time, I'm not seeing like, oh, this is clearly a card that you would play with this card, but you wouldn't want to use it with any other cards. Like, everything so far has been very good value, fits everything together, and there's not really like a massive inclination towards one or the other. The perks definitely lead to tanking. I think just there's those couple that were very good at that, but of course, in order to draw these perks, you need to attack, right? It's like the catch-22, right? It's like, I want to tank, but if you just keep playing your move and shield cards, you ain't attacking, so you ain't drawing the cards. So it's like yeah, a chicken and egg situation. But you know, it's so far, like, I haven't seen like, oh yeah, this is a card you only want. But then when we get to like level 4 and 5, that could change a lot, because obviously level 5 is like the transformative level, and that's definitely a design philosophy that's now being observed a lot more, especially in these classes. So maybe when we get to 5, we'll see a card that's like, oh, that's a very particular way of playing. Now these other cards all make sense. This is the way you want to go. This is the way you want to go. So it's a bit too early to tell, because at the moment we're just kind of engaging with all of the mechanics. And to be honest, you could pretty much, especially at level 2, I felt like you could even just randomly choose one of those two cards and you'd be happy with either or. This I like because it's just good value. But let's see what the other level 3 is. So welcome to the jungle. So consume Earth, do an attack 3, pierce 2 with this very unique kind of pattern. This feels like it would work very well with the, like, the weird thing about this, the AoEs on this character is they're very uniquely placed, but I would imagine that I'd have to play it, but I would imagine that like you can have some element of control here by placing your hazardous terrain, right? You know, chuck a piece of hazardous terrain there. It's unlikely that an enemy will want to walk into that. So they're naturally going to flow around the sides of it. So there's like little things like, you know, we had that card that just played an attack, right? So we have Violent Sprout. So let's say we did this the previous turn or a few turns ago. We did a nice attack 2 on that guy. So we attack these guys. And then next turn, we could play Welcome to the Jungle, right? If we had Earth. I mean, that's a lot of Earth, but... it's a lot of Earth, and this character might not be able to get Earth all the time. But that's a good... That's like a good example of like how it doesn't... It looks weird on the card. But maybe when you get playing, actually, it just kind of works out because of the way that you end up placing your terrain. I don't know. You're 100% okay with more piercing. Yeah, sift it up with shield. Yeah. One thing that I like about Crimson Scales, as I said before, Pierce to me was an underutilized mechanic in Gloomhaven in general. Like it's a good mechanic, and there should have been maybe more enemies with shield. You know, 1 or 2 shield. There maybe should have been more characters with access to pierce on things, just to keep them relevant. Like it's a good way to give certain characters a little bit more consistency with their damage without doing something silly like increasing attack value too much, right? Like we said that Pierce 1 equates to about half a point of damage. Obviously in certain situations against certain enemies it does nothing, but against others it will do something. So it's like a buff, but it's a very selective buff that doesn't open up too much opportunity for abuse. So that's always good. I mean, like whatever the hell happens with the lightning bolt and 10 plus attacks. Yeah. So 41 initiative, not great. Pull 2, range 3, gain strengthen. How much XP? You have to target. That is a bottom strengthen ability, chat. That's a bottom strengthen ability. But we have to pull 2, range 3, gain strengthen if the target is pulled onto hazardous terrain. I mean, you'd think that that could be pretty easily done. I mean, we can't move, of course. We're going to have to be in the right position, but that feels like that could be a thing, right? But I guess if we'd taken this, are we not that as bothered? Oof. Tough again. Coin flip on these two, huh? That is a bottom strengthen. And this character has a lot of plus zeros. I can imagine it being very like anticlimactic, where you're like, oh, I'm gonna attack these 4 things. Plus 0, plus 0, plus 0. You know, plus 1. And you're attacking for like 2 with PS1. You know? Like, there's gonna be some that's like, yeah. So strengthen could be really reliable, consistent strengthen will be a very good trait on this character for damage dealing. Definitely. I think if you went for this, I think you absolutely go for this. Because this just works really well. This is going to be creating more hazardous terrain. That's going to give you more opportunity to do this. Hey, Matt Suda, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub, buddy. I really appreciate it. Welcome to the Adventuring Party, my friend. That's very, very kind of you. Thank you for supporting me with your Amazon Prime sub. I really appreciate it, buddy. Welcome to the Adventuring Party, my friend. Good to have you here. Hope you're doing awesome. Yeah, if you went for this, I don't think you necessarily go for the other strengthen. Feels like a lot of strengthen. Although having said that, you could just do this to get strengthened, and on the next turn you consume the earth to do a big move 5 and get +1. So then you can have strengthen and +1 on an attack against. There's a lot of like little permutations here, you know? Because in theory, you know, strengthen and buffs can work very nicely together. You draw that ×2 and suddenly you're actually doing like 8 damage to something. Tough call again. Like, I'm not seeing a very, like, really clear cut. This would be a really interesting character to play, actually. Like, it just feels like... It almost feels like you need to get into a scenario and you need to see, like, how much hazardous terrain is too much hazardous terrain. What is... you know, what are the elements doing? How am I managing to reliably keep elements up? Or am I not? How's my initiative doing? Like, I feel like you almost need that more so than a normal character, because it's different to traps, right? Because traps, you place them down and you know, I place a trap down, I'm gonna pull or push that guy into that trap. Like, that's trap strategy, right? The hazardous terrain of this character is it lingers, it goes down, so it's gonna have a constant effect on the board. Now, it's not as good as Cragheart with obstacles in the sense that Cragheart can lock off scenarios completely, so that, hey, these enemies can't attack, we can take them one by one, or however you want to do it. Like, he completely changes the scenario entirely. Now, this does change the scenario, but it changes it in a much more of a subtle way, because the hazardous terrain is going to be avoided if possible, but with the amount just spewing out, there's a good chance that enemies are going to be walking on it. So there's going to be lots of damage that's going to come from your hazardous terrain, which means that like attacks like this feel like not so good, but you are doing this, which could be again some more damage later on down. Like there's a lot of like there's some explosive turn potential, but there's also a lot of like nickel and diming going on potentially with the shield and the heal and the retaliate stuff that you do as well. Very interesting class. I'd actually really enjoy playing this because it feels like you almost need to play it to understand like this is what I'm good at. It's not at the moment, it's not clear cut like, oh yeah, this card is intended for this playstyle, this card's intended for this playstyle. Like they could both all be logical picks. Good. All right. Well, let's get a level 4. So this one is consume Earth to attack 6 range 2. Create hazardous terrain in all featureless hexes on the path to one target of this ability, including the hex occupied by that target. Ooh. This I like. And this has the dot. And does work with Hawkhelm. This is like one of the most obvious enhancement dots I've seen in a while.
A little bit spicy.
A little bit spicy indeed, Ainsley. I feel like this is the one you want. Like if I was like pick an enhancement, I'd be like this one. This feels very... This is not subtle at all. 20 initiative, attack 6 phase 3. Yeah, and place 3 hazardous terrain, by the way. And also it says create it on the path. So this would work very much like impaling eruption in the way that you would resolve this. So let's say, you know, it's range 2. Here, I could go 1, 2. I could go 1, 2. Right? If it's range 3, so suddenly it's over there. Now I have lots of different possibilities. You know, I could go 1, 2, 3. I could go 1, 2, 3. You know, I could go 1. You know, if this guy, if I wanted to, if I had range 3, I could go 1, 2, 3. Presumably, I can trace it like that. So if this guy was here, I could go 1, 2, 3, right? Attacking with disadvantage, of course, but presumably, unless I'm reading it wrong, maybe I am reading it slightly wrong. But I presume you can use it in the same way that you would use... like you would use Impaling Eruption. Right? It's worded in the same way. On the path to one target. The reason why it stipulates 1 here as well is that is essentially, you know, if you were to use like a bomb with this, you wouldn't get to like make a ridiculous amount of terrain. So you can only make terrain off of 1. That seems really good. Prickly situation. I'm all about that. I'll be buying this. I'll be saving up enough gold and I'll be getting that range 3 immediately. Immediately. Not to mention that you could then do this, right? 20 initiative. Attack this guy for 6. Range 2. Even just range 2, right? Then pull. Gain strengthen. I mean, I guess it's a bit backwards because, of course, you'd probably want to strengthen for this. But, you know, there's some stuff there. And he would, because you're pulling them onto the hazardous terrain, they're going to take damage. So if this was range 3, it was 3 away. then you were to use this, then essentially it would be 2 lots of hazardous terrain damage, which obviously scale with your level, with the scenario level. So, I mean, that's a dead enemy right there. That's a very dead enemy. The bottom is generate earth if light is strong or waning. Move to shield oneself. So very similar to the other one that we had at level 1. Add +1 shield while light is strong or waning. Okay. So this could be move to shield 2. Incredibly strong as well. Prickly situation. What a card. This is an amazing card. Top and bottom. You're playing this card. I mean, I don't know what the other level 4 is going to be, but it's going to have to be something pretty special to beat this. This is just a incredibly good value card all round. All round. Twisted Thistle. Attack 2. Add push 1 if light is strong or waning. Okay. Create hazardous terrain in up to 2 featureless targeted hexes. Add push 1 if light is strong or waning. Again, it's basically the same as the other one, right? Is it like a mirror image of the other one? Or... No, it is exactly the same. I don't know about this one. Although this is quite good. Create hazardous terrain in up to 2 featureless targeted hexes. So you can attack them for 2, push them away. Then you could create essentially hazardous terrain in front of them. So then that would affect their movement potentially if you went before them or on future turns, right? So that's, I think I like Twisted Thistle a little bit more than that other level 2 then. They're very similar cards though. It's very like, this is clearly more powerful. I don't know. This so far this looks really, really good. Move 4. This movement is unaffected by hazardous terrain. You may remove hazardous terrain created by you from any hex you exit with this movement to perform Retaliate X. The X is the number of hexes from which you removed hazardous terrain. So you could, in theory, so let's just say you use this as a move 4. You didn't use any boots or anything with it. So the maximum, let's say you started in a hex with hazardous terrain, your hazardous terrain in it. You moved 4, ending in a hex with or without your terrain. I guess it doesn't really matter. But let's say you removed, like, so the maximum you could really remove here is 3. And the average that you would probably remove might be 2. So this is going to probably be something like move 4, retaliate 2, move 4, retaliate 3. Obviously, if you had some level of boots to increase this movement, you could jack that up a little bit. But it's going to be tough to do that with the amount of hazardous terrain. Like, you're going to need a lot of hazardous terrain kind of spitting out to do it. This is okay. So this is like maybe a good example here of, this does feel like more of a tanking ability. This has the lean towards that way of playing, but then you've got this as well. It's like there. So I don't know. Like, I mean, if you want to go hard on retaliate, I guess this is the best ability here to allow you to do that. But boy, is this just a good ability to begin with. I'm all in on Prickly Situation, I think. I like what this card is doing, though. It's definitely one of the better cards from the previous level ups, too. Just as Prickly Situation. I like the fact that this just creates... Like, you basically get a bit more control over where the placement is. This is like, well, you kind of do, you kind of don't. And this is a bit of a weird pattern anyway. And this is just very reliable. And it could generate you earth, you know? You're going to need some level of these cards, right? I think this feels very much like... it does feel like triangles in the sense that if you remove a card that is generating you an element or doing something in your engine, it's really hard to take it out. Like another good example of this is the Mind Thief. So the Mind Thief at level 1, you have a very tight set of cards. Like every card does something and is useful. You don't really have any dead weight as the Mind Thief. You know, there's no card that you're like, as soon as you level up, you're like, oh, thank God I can get rid of that rubbish card. That's not the situation here either. Like every card is going to be there because it helps you do something. And you're going to have to monitor taking that card out. Like, okay, does that now mean that it's harder for you to maintain elements? Does that now mean that it's harder for you to create hazardous terrain? You know, this is going to often feel like a character that possibly you're just making incremental upgrades to the cards you already have. Like this is kind of an ability that we already have, but it's a bit easier to do and it generates this. It only needs this to generate this, whereas I think the other one was create earth and make earth. So it was kind of, sorry, consume earth to generate earth. So this is a bit different, a slight variation on it. And this is just maybe a better terrain generator in some ways. You know what I mean? It's difficult to kind of completely explain this, but when you do have characters that have very specific play styles that need certain things to keep going, you do have to be careful when you level up, because it's very easy to just be like, oh, well, this card's just better than this card. That card's an attack 4. This card's an attack 6. I'll switch that card. And then you realize, oh, that card was actually helping me generate this element, you know, every few turns. And that now means that I fall out of my rhythm. Because the Mind Thief is like, you level up and it's like, here's Hostile Takeover. And you're like, well, it's a good card, but I guess I'll just use it as a move 5. And then it's like, here's Mass Hysteria. And you're like, no, I don't really like this card. And then, you know, there's like, you kind of like, oh, I'm kind of really enjoying just playing, you know, Frigid Apparition. And Mind's Weakness is good. Nelson, welcome to the quest. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing awesome. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. So yeah, I'm going to be going probably with Prickly Situation, I think. Right, level 5. Okay, this hopefully, I mean, I don't know for sure, but let's see what happens here, because this is usually the turning point. Although I feel like this is starting to make a bit more of an effort to differentiate two builds. Barbed Onslaught. Create hazardous terrain in 2 featureless hexes within range 3. Simple generation. All enemies occupying hexes containing the hazardous terrain created by this action suffer 2 damage. Okay. This feels very much like a Deathwalker type thing. Because the thing with a Deathwalker is that you want to get your shadows out, and like a card that just kind of gets you going with those. I mean, you're not as reliant on this character as the Deathwalker is on their shadows, to be clear. But this type of card is very playable because it's just a good level 1, level 1, turn 1. It's a very good turn 1 play, because you could just go your late initiative with your move 3 jump, create some hazardous terrain, boom, get on some enemies. They're going to take some damage. You've got some hazardous terrain now in play that you can start to begin to use, and then you're away, right? It's just a very nice one to play on the very first turn of the game, and maybe every time you go into a new room, you play it as the first card when you go into a new room. Same as like with the crack art, I'd kind of always play Rock Slide as usually the first card I play with the crack art is usually Rock Slide, because it immediately will be able to start channeling enemies around or doing damage to grouped enemies if they are. Then after that, you know, it's usually every time I open a door, Rock Slide. Like, where do I want to try and fill some obstacles up in this room? So this has that feel. It's going to be a really good turn one play, and every time you open a room, probably going to play it as well. 58 initiative is not great though. It's unplayable pretty much. Gain shield 1 and retaliate 2 while you occupy. What? Okay. Okay. Okay then. Really? Did we just get given defensive stance? Without having to... And it has retaliate too? And we have the perk? Is this character just going to be like one of the best tanks in the game? That's an insane power spike to this build. That's a really big power spike to the tank build. I mean, that's nuts because we're going to have shield 1 anyway, if we're smart. We're going to have the negative item effects. Almost, to be honest, this character doesn't even need them. It's kind of hilarious, really. But you don't even need a suit of armor. Also, thematically, should this character be able to wear armor? That's probably a conversation for another time. But feels a bit weird. So it's like a druid. Like a druid would never wear. Like when you're playing a druid, you're not allowed to wear metal, you know? It's kind of a bit in that way. I mean, you're not a druid, but there's a little bit in that way. That's really good. So we're going to have shield 2 and retaliate 2 as standard. Then we're also going to have some cards that we could play that would just give us a bunch more anyway. I mean, that's crazy, dude. It's really crazy. Wow. Where's the big shield card? Here? So we could have, like, retaliate 4. Like, very easily at level 5. We could have retaliate 4 at level 5. Shield 2... Well, shield 3. We could have shield 3, retaliate 4. We'd only have to burn 1 card to do that. And we could reliably get that lined up every rest cycle. Pretty much. Enhanced defensive stance and scales of justice in 1 card. Yeah, everything. I think this character might have just become, like, one of the best tanks in the game, if not... I mean, one of the best tanks that I've seen. Power level, this is pretty out there. I'm quite surprised. I mean, who was the other tank that we reviewed recently? They were really good too. Was it Chain Guard? Chain Guard, good tank? Can't remember. Rhymehearth. Yeah, Rhymehearth was also a good tank, but this seems very good too. Chain Guard was like 4 months ago. My memory is terrible, man. It's so bad. I'm bad with remembering names of things. Well, I mean, it's kind of a no-brainer, really. I mean, even if you're not going full tank, I mean, just the occasional shield 1 retaliate 2 is probably going to be worth it. Even if you don't go full tank, this is good. Especially if you did go for that perk. Like, you could kind of go for a little bit of a hybrid, just a hardy melee character who's just hard to kill. You don't have to go like, I'm a tank. You could just be, I'm a melee damage dealer and I have lots of survivability. And that would be, you know, use this. Probably don't care about this. You probably maybe take some more aggressive items. I don't know. Could still get it though. And then you would get this. So you would just kind of have permanent shield 2. Or you'd be able to have a reliable I get shield 2, retaliate 2. That's crazy. That's so good. The only thing that this is obviously bad is that, you know, this, you obviously kind of need to get the hazardous terrain going a little bit. And this is a great way of getting the hazardous terrain going very quickly and easily. So you might not want to play it immediately, but you're probably going to play it pretty quick. Would be good with Chain Guard, who has a ton of push, pull, swing for the hazardous terrain. Yeah, he'd be really good at pre-positioning people, actually, through the terrain. Definitely. There'll be loads of terrain for him to pull people into. Loads of it. Well, the other level 5 is going to... I mean, it's going to have to do something. Right, during each of your melee area attack abilities, you may add 2 additional hexes to the targeted area as shown, where blank is occupied by 1 target of the initial attack ability. So essentially we can basically augment our melee area attack abilities to extend them essentially by another 2. So in a situation like this, we could select this and branch it off again, right? They would be here and here because this would be like the target hex. That's interesting. But ultimately, is it a bit crazy? If you're playing 2-player, I don't feel like this is really worth it. I mean, maybe it is. Stuff enemies. Just take advantage of it. I don't know. You have to have a lot of enemies to take advantage of it. This might just be this seems cool. I like the idea of it. The theme of it is nice. You know, that you kind of have these vines that are kind of just growing out. And as you're getting stronger, these vines are kind of, you know, encroaching into more hexes, and you're kind of invading more hexes. I really love the theme of this character. Like, it's very, very well done. Very cool. But is this a little bit like... Is this a bit too cute for an ability? I don't know. Because it's only during your area attack abilities as well. So you couldn't, for example, pair it with, like... this attack, which obviously is a great value attack, to suddenly make it like really cool. Only if there's also an enemy on the blank hex. Yeah, so you need to like, one of the targets has to be it, but you can like spur it off in different ways, right? So in theory, like, you could use this hex, for example, which then would take it to here and here. So then you'd almost be attacking like a pattern all the way in front. I think basically it will give you so much flexibility with your AoEs that you probably won't even care about the way that you approach them. Like, there's always going to be a way to make it work, right? I don't know. Maybe this is... It feels like it sounds really cool. But actually, is it really just converting a lot of these into standardized patterns, you know? Like, suddenly... You know, you have this one, so it's going to there and there. So it's like a standard... It's starting to get like a more of a standardized pattern. Like, it'll feel a little bit brain burnery, maybe. But ultimately, all it's doing is filling in some of these gaps, you know? You know, basically turns this one almost into a full circle. I mean, this one's quite cool. It could get an extra thing off of this. Turns this one into something kind of interesting. Work with long spear for a single target attack. No. Actually, long spear does show the symbology, doesn't it? It does just show the... Same with, like, axe, right? I guess it probably would. Because it does show the pattern, right? You know, on the face of it, yes, I would say I think it does work. A very long spear, yeah. Yeah, suddenly your long spear turns into a 3 range attack. So, I mean, yeah, I mean that. This guy plus long spear plus that. I'm presuming long spear doesn't exist in Crimson Scales, or at least maybe it's a higher level item. I mean, maybe Nits in chat can confirm or deny that. Long spear is one of those kind of items that could be... It's a prosperity item, so it's very much still here. Interesting. Okay, well, if it... I mean, I don't see any reason why it wouldn't work with long spear. Unfortunately, it's still there. Okay. Yeah. I mean, that's incredibly strong if you use it with long spear. Well, this is what we wanted from level 5. I said it. You've got 2 very clear decisions here. What are you doing? Are you going kind of crazy with this? Or are you going to go crazy with this? To be honest, I think I'm jiving a little bit more with this. Just because my problem that I have with this a little bit is it's quite unique, to be honest. It's different. It's very different. I've never seen an ability, you know, kind of use this way of displaying information. I don't think I've ever seen ever used one of these, like, kind of grayed out hollow hexes. You know, we have different types of hexes. We've seen many different types, but can't really remember anyone who uses this particular symbology before. And it's a very unique thing, but it does, I don't know, maybe it leads itself a little bit to abuse. I don't know. You like the hazardous terrain theme more until you're flying. Yeah, and also just that we get better at it, right? Like, we just want to be living in it. Well, to be fair, this does work against them, right? This works against flying enemies, so you can do 2 damage to them. If we were going to talk about, like, raw power level, then I feel like Branched Slam probably gets it, because it's basically like attack an extra 2 targets with some stuff. But the problem that I'm having is, again, like I said it earlier, like these patterns are weird, so it's like hard for me to say like, oh yeah, like you just do this. I mean, my feeling is that you would probably always just, you know, just turn like they would just be basically turned into standardized patterns. It just ends up filling in the gaps in maybe a not so interesting way. It just makes these attacks that are interesting looking actually less interesting looking. Or you go for, you know, stupid big attack with a long spear and you break it. Highly depends on if your party comp wants you to be a tank. Yeah, but I always stand by the thing, you know, if who needs a tank if everything's dead, right? I think personally I'm going to go for probably Barbed Onslaught, because I think it's a very unique way of tanking and it's interesting to me. I like the whole fact that you're tanking, but you're only tanking when you're in this, right? So you don't have that freedom necessarily. You're going to have to position yourself well. The bottom of this was generate Earth if Earth is waning, move 3. We've kind of seen that before. All right. Level 6 then. Devoured by Thorns. Attack 2, range 3, target 3, pull 2. We have to consume Earth for this. So this is a, I think it's a slightly better version or a different version than something we had. I think one of the X cards. We had a attack range with Pierce on it, I think, with maybe a pull. So obviously, if we can target 3 things here and pull them into the thorns, into the hazardous terrain, that's nice. A little bit of a boring attack though, and it is more of an efficient card than our previous ones. So it's a buff in efficiency if you're wanting to pull enemies into hazardous terrain. You know, that's, or traps, of course, if there are traps in the scenario. Pull is always one of those kind of abilities that, generally speaking, is worse than push if you don't have any way of generating something to be pushed into, if you like. So, like, a lot of the time, like, a lot of the trap cards in Gloomhaven are, like, adjacent. So, place a trap adjacent. So, pull works well in those instances because you would usually place it between you and the enemy, then pull them in. But if you're playing a character who is not actually putting down traps adjacent, or in this case, hazardous terrain adjacent, then really you want push over pull, because push will just make it easier for you to, you know, if there's a trap right at the corner of a room, you want to just move up to them, push them into that corner and get that trap. It's just easier. The new pull rules will also benefit this character a lot. And the push rules, of course. But the pull up to or push up to 2 could benefit this character quite a bit, I think. Gives you a lot more control over where the enemies are going to end up being. I'm not sold on this. To me, it's a fine ability and it has synergy with what we do, but it's not like, it's nothing brand new to us here. It's not, my eyes aren't lighting up really. 72 initiative is late-ish. Might be late enough sometimes, but not an ideal initiative really. Pull 2. Target 1 enemy within range 2 of a hex containing hazardous terrain and pull them towards that hex. If the enemy is killed by this action, gain 1 and loot the hex in which it died. Okay, so this is a pretty flexible pull because you target the pull from the hazardous terrain. So this can actually kind of almost work like a push. So let's say we are, let's say we're here. The enemy is here. The hazardous terrain is back here. We can target this hazardous terrain because there's no range on the... Yeah, so there's no range on the hazardous terrain that we need to target, right? So we can use any hazardous terrain as a point of target. So we can say we're targeting from this. And then essentially we pull this guy into that terrain. Which could do 2 things. If it kills it, great. We get that loot as well, which is kind of nice. Nice that we don't have to venture off that way. We just get it all in one nice, clean action. But it could also just take them completely out of, targeting range. You could pull them somebody to a situation where they can't get into target range. If you've got hazardous terrain at the back of a scenario and, a ranged enemy can't get you, but then they play their move, you could actually pull them back or something like that. So there is some synergy there. It does feel a little bit weak to me, but I love the flexibility and where the card's at. I like what it does because it does something different. And it gives you that flexibility of ensuring that an enemy will go into that hazardous terrain. And also, of course, if there's just natural hazardous terrain, it doesn't say your hazardous terrain. So presumably if there is just hazardous terrain in the scenario too, you can use it as well. You guess part of this class actually gets directly better on higher difficulty because Hazardous Terrain does more damage. You don't recall any other classes scaling like that. No, not really. Yeah, you're right. I mean, there's no class that scales alongside scenario levels. Nobody who gets stronger with scenario level changes. Well, increases. There are classes that get weaker with scenario level increases, for sure. Not classes that get stronger. Or stay in line, if you like. Yeah, this would be a great character to play on increased difficulty. Because you've got guaranteed damage. Like, you know where your damage is coming from. I mean, it's going to happen, right? Let's see what the other level 6 is. I think this is a very fun ability. This I'm not so bothered about, but this is fun. A solar flare. Attack 3, range 4. Create fire and light. Little 3 hex targeting. Range attack. A bit boring. It is. I mean, this is a good attack, of course. There are lots of level 1 burns that do this. Exactly what this does. Maybe they add some extra thing in there, but very similar, right? A reusable attack 3. Range 4, 3 hex AoE, which is the most common pattern in all of Gloomhaven. Well, yeah, you're going to take it, right? On the AoE pull, it's essentially how good it is. It's basically attack 7 multi-target with this. On top of this, you mean? I guess if we can get that strengthen. Yeah. Which we do. We do have a good amount of access to advantage, so we can make stuff like that be really good. Strengthen doesn't even matter. Yeah, I know, but it's a nice thing to have, right? You put everything through 2 hazardous terrain. If you... Yeah, I mean, you have to have the hazardous terrain there, but yeah, sure. Hey, Dooster. Been following and subscribing on my YouTube for a bit now. That's how I found out about my Twitch. Well, welcome. Welcome to the Twitch stream, buddy. Good to have you here. Thank you so much for watching the videos and subbing on YouTube. I appreciate it. I mean, the thing is that this is basically this. I mean, obviously you have to consume Earth for this, so there's a bit more to it. You're gonna... A bit more of an investment, I guess. This you can just, in a pinch, just throw it out there. Like I said earlier, I don't like it when you just get given kind of direct power. And this is kind of like good power. So... I mean, thematically, it's a good effect. You know, solar flare. It makes a lot of sense. It'd be a bit of a kind of sort of slash and burn. 36 initiative is okay-ish. Okay-ish. Generate light and earth if light is strong or waning. Move 3. Well, that's nice. That's very nice. Because you're going to get both. It kind of just keeps everything going. To be honest, it's probably Devoured by Thorns. Because I felt like it's the more interesting card as well. It's just the more interesting card as well. But this is very good, actually. Very good kind of connector. Keep you going. But I think I like Devoured by Thorns too. Like, you're right, Nits. This could be a huge amount of damage if you have all your hazardous terrain lined up. And then this is also just a fun way to kind of screw with the enemy a bit too. I quite like it. Gives you just like a different angle of attack, which I like when cards do that. Okay, Nature's Fury, level 7. Once per round, after you perform any action or ability that generates earth, including items, add +1 attack to all your attacks for the remainder of the round. So another passive. This character's got a fair few passives they can use. Getting overloaded on the passives here. Once per round, after you perform any action or ability that generates earth, add +1 attack to all your attacks for the remainder of the round. So if we were to do an attack that would generate earth, then obviously it wouldn't work. This is the kind of one that, like, enhancements you could, if you had some way of creating earth or something. Maybe it's a bit win more. I don't know. What do we think? Do we think it's a bit win more? It feels that way. It feels like it's just like, do we really need another +1 attack buff? Top is so-so, bottom is more interesting. So it's 37 initiative. Again, not very good. Not terrible, but not very good. Attack 4, range 4, pull 3, create light. So that's a nice, well, I mean, it's a bottom attack. That's perfect. And the pull, obviously, to pull some people into some terrain. That's good too. You may ignore any requirements to... Oh, you may ignore any requirements to consume earth on your next action this turn. That's very cool. Okay. So, of course, that would work really well, I guess, with the Bound by Thorns. There's a like a two-thing punch there. Wow, this is like a really good consume.
Yeah, boy. A little bit spicy.
A little bit spicy. Where are you? I jump over it? I did. This turn. Okay, so you can't bank it for later. You have to use it this turn. So it has to be a top action, basically. And we have to consume earth to do this anyway. Okay. So we have to consume earth to do this anyway. Then potentially we could do... I mean, there's some good level 1s, but... Prickly situation? Free prickly situation? I mean, it's either that or it's literally like this, isn't it, really? Pull them into that situation, then hit them with a big attack 3. I mean, it's pretty strong. Yeah, I'm with you on that one, I think, Sultan. The top is... I don't particularly like the top. It feels very win more. It feels very like... We've kind of had buffs in various different ways so far, and it just feels like it's just another buff to kind of throw on the pile here. This character definitely feels like there's a lot of just like damage kind of increase with time. You know, instead of us having a really good attack modifier deck, you know, getting stronger maybe with our attack modifier deck and our perks. Just feels like we're kind of getting buffs and strengthen and just things to kind of smooth out that draw to make it better. You know, those attack 2 PS2s to still be relevant, you know, at level 7, 8, and 9. But it just feels a bit much. You'd much rather run either of the level 5 persistence this? Yeah, definitely. The bottom, though, as you already said, is very good, though. Like, an attack 4 is... Even if you were not to use this, right? Let's say you weren't even going to use this. This is absolutely worth this. Like 100%. Like not even close. Even if you didn't have a good follow-up to really take advantage of this, this alone is worth it. Right, what's the other level 7 then? Rabid Undergrowth. Consume Earth to do an attack 3, range 3, pierce 2. Create hazardous terrain in all featureless target hexes. Ooh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5? 2? Wow. Oh man, trying to get this to fit though. This is such a weird pattern and awkward. Like, I don't know. Eh. Like, I just don't... I'm getting, like, Meteor flashbacks, you know? Like, Meteor, everyone's like, oh, man, you get to make this giant obstacle. It's like, yeah, try and fit it anywhere. I mean, this is a bit easier because it just says featureless. So, you know, you don't have to worry about enemies being there. You can just be like, put it underneath the enemy. And of course, that's kind of what you want to do here anyway. But I don't know. It just feels like for a level 7, this feels and it's a burn. You know, this feels a bit underwhelming to me for a level 7 burn. It could flood the battlefield with hazardous terrain incredibly quickly, but also you have other cards that can kind of get a good amount out. Maybe not quite as fast as this, but a good amount out over a few turns. So it does feel like it's an attack 3. You know, you had this, which is, you know, kind of a good amount of what that was doing, and it was not a burn. Sure, it's got PS2 on it, which is nice, but you know, if you are playing more of a ranged build, you quite often people just, you know, play piercing bow anyway, so. Yeah, not a fan, I don't think. I think it's just a bit too much of an investment. If they had lowered the value of the attack, if they'd made this like an attack 2 PS2, take these 2 hexes off, and maybe leave this, I think I'd be interested in playing it. But this is just a bit, like, they've gone a bit too hard on it. They've pushed it a bit too much. I would have loved this to have been a more reusable ability. And I feel like that would be quite powerful. I mean, we might see something like that, though, at level 8 and 9. I don't know. So out of these two, I think Nature's Fury bottom is just insanely strong. Oh, we haven't done the bottom of this card yet. Generate Earth if light is strong or waning. Create hazardous terrain in one adjacent featureless hex and perform attack 3. Attack one enemy adjacent to or occupying the hex containing the created hazardous terrain. That's pretty good too. So both of these cards, I'm favoring the bottom over the top. The top of this is pretty unplayable, to be honest. At least the top of this could do something in a pinch. But the bottom on this card is definitely stronger than the bottom on this card. Ooh, tough. Tough call. Pick your poison, basically, I think. Maybe this one just because you do have the ability to flood the board quickly if you wanted. I don't know. They're very similar. Having a bit of extra range, though, could be quite nice. Right, level 8 then. Fissive Eruption. Consume Earth to create hazardous terrain in 2 featureless hexes within 4 hexes and perform attack 4. Targeting all enemies occupying hexes containing the created hazardous terrain. 1 XP. Create hazardous terrain in 2 featureless hexes within 4 hexes. Okay. So this is basically attack 8. Create 2 terrains. Quite like that. I mean, as a reusable attack, that's good value. And you get 2 hazardous terrains out of it. The only problem being that because the hazardous terrain goes underneath the enemies, you don't trigger it. So, you know, you need them to step off and step back on. So you don't quite get the that damage. But certainly, you know, having enemies on that is going to be beneficial to you. and will be usable. And range 4 essentially is pretty good. All right, I like this. It's not crazy, but it certainly helps you get the hazardous terrain out. Like, you know, I said like this is like, wow, you could get 5 out, but you have to burn. Like this, it's kind of doing what that's doing, but maybe doing it in a, you know, a less burn intensive way. Do you have to use this though? But I tell you what, this would work really well with the bottom of this though, right? So maybe I mean, the more I think about it, the more maybe you just play this one, because Nature's Fury is just great. But this just create another terrain. You know, the bottom of this plus the top of this just creates potentially 3 terrain on the first turn on 27 initiative. Like, that's pretty good. All right, what's the other level? What's the bottom? Sorry. Move 4, jump. Create 1 hazardous terrain in the hex you occupy if it is featureless. I mean, that's really strong if you're playing the tank. Like, the tanking build is all about you being in a hazardous terrain hex, right? So being able to move into a bunch of enemies, drop a hazardous terrain underneath you, create light. Immediately, you're going to activate your shield bonuses that you have for being in hazardous terrain, your retaliate bonus for being in hazardous terrain, and then you're away, right? And you can even play this with that level 1 retaliate and shield card, because you're going to be on the right hex, right? So you're immediately going to at least go up to another retaliate 2 with that range 2 as well. So it's a very clean action. Absolutely want to be playing that if you're playing tank. Like, no questions. That is very, very strong for the tank build. Really, really strong for the tank build. Yeah, highly recommend this for the tank build. Absolutely. It basically says move 4 with jump, shield 2. Basically. And because, again, you're creating the hazardous terrain underneath you, you're not taking the damage from it. Right, the other level 8, Impaling Command. Attack 6, target 1 enemy occupying hazardous terrain within 5 hexes with Pierce 3. Attack 6, target 1 enemy within 5 hexes. Pierce 3 is good. Range 5, basically. It's attack 6. It's technically a melee attack because it's targeting 1 enemy occupying hazardous terrain within 5. It's technically a melee attack. Interesting card. And obviously we have lots of ways of putting terrain underneath enemies, so that's no problem. Like, there's so many ways for us to do that I don't feel like there's any, like, I'd have no concerns about you ever being able to pull this off. So this is basically an attack 6 PS3. Just, there you go. There it is. And we can generate light if light is waning. 19 initiative too. It's nice early initiative. Well, this is just value. This is a value attack, right? It's just great value. Can you use long spear with that? Yes. I think you can. Yes, I think you can. As long as the target, the original target, is there, right? A very, very long spear. Yeah, this spear is now like 7 hexes long. 5, 6, 7 hexes long. Then it also stacks with the level 5 card for the big attack. Yeah, so in theory with the one that adds the extra. So let's say you had one enemy here, right? So you're here, you're targeting this guy. You use your long spear to target this guy. So now you're doing 6, 12. Then, because you have that other thing active, you can target 2 more things. 18. 24. So, magical Christmas land, but really not that much of a magical Christmas land. But attack 24. With Pierce, yeah, with Pierce 3. Nice. Here's South Home. Just dropped in. Does this class have any options to negate hazardous damage for allies? Yes. There's a level 1 burn. Well, there's this for you. You can potentially just give yourself a bit of heal. But there's also this. Attack 24 at range 5. Yeah. Seems fair and balanced. Very fair and balanced. Absolutely nothing to see here, folks. Nothing wrong with that. This smacks to me of, you know, like long spear. It's like, we know long spear is great, but it does to me. I mean, I don't know. Level 8, you're supposed to be pretty strong. Like, you are supposed to be strong. Like level 8, level 9. Yeah, players are playing very powerful cards and, you know, with powerful items. Got great attack modifier decks at this point in time. You should be having good success. So I don't like to really complain too much about cards being really broken 8 and 9 because they're, you know, it's kind of like par for the course, really. Just let people go crazy for a couple of levels and then go back to playing difficult Gloomhaven. You know, just make sure that you pump the difficulty a bit. Keep it interesting at least. But this is a good example though of kind of like the good and the bad, I guess. You know, we were saying that when we first started looking at this character, the designer for this, and Nitz was saying that the designer didn't want to create any kind of special components or special things. You know, he wanted it to integrate with, you know, I guess that was the case. I'm not sure if that's why he did it, but I'm speculating that the reason why he wanted to do that, was so that the class stands over time and that you don't have to worry about how it's going to interact with something because you've labeled everything as standardized Gloomhaven terms. So there's no, you know, you don't call it thorns, you call it hazardous terrain, because then we know that that's hazardous terrain. So anything that could relate to hazardous terrain going forward will work. But this is a good example of like, okay, well, this in particular, and with that other card, really does kind of break the game in certain situations and areas. Like, you are leaving yourself open here. It's more, he just didn't like making rules that don't truly exist in Gloomhaven, which personally are against that. Oh, you mean in the sense that because it's like a fan-made expansion? Is that what you mean? Like, he didn't want to create, like... You need the hazardous terrain? Yeah, but that's not hard, right? Like Sated, for example. It's a completely new mechanic in every sense of the word. Okay. So what you're saying is that he really just wanted to... Yeah, okay. It's kind of like the Drifter, right? I think the Drifter is a good example with this character. It's And I said I do generally like characters that do this thing, which is where you take a mechanic that kind of already exists, but you make it your own. Or you fix it if it wasn't done particularly well. It's a Blink Blade versus Drifter. Yeah, right. The Blink Blade kind of adds time tokens as a whole new mechanic plus the whole dual initiative. Whereas like Drifter is like, hey, no, everyone's had charge-based abilities. There's just a slightly different way of interacting with it. But you don't like that comparison because you prefer Drifter of the two. Right. So yeah, I mean, like, it does feel a bit broken, but I mean, it's level 8. 19 initiative, very good. Attack 3, create hazardous terrain in one featureless targeted hex. So that's quite a nice attack too. This is just so super value card. Like, again, this is verging on that thing that I said there's a bit of a problem with, right? Just giving you... We're not really getting anything very new or interesting here. We're just getting ways to absolutely abuse what we do, or makes things very, very easy. Just great value cards. Like, even if this wasn't on here, this would be playable, right? You know? So out of the 2 level 8s, you are definitely getting this if you're going the tanking build. And if you've gone for that other, if you went for that other level 5, this level 5, I think you absolutely probably go for that. I mean, if you're playing the long spear strat, even if you're not really necessarily playing the long spear strat, this works. The bottom of this also works well with that card. So, you know, plenty to do there. All right, Bed of Roses, level 9s. Okay, then let's see it. We got Retaliate 4 self, Shield 2 self. When this card is discarded, create hazardous terrain in the hex you occupy if it is featureless. Create light. So this is a one-time, one-round use ability. 10 initiative, so nice and early. That's very good to see. Maybe not quite as early as you would have hoped for something like this, especially at level 9. I mean, I don't see the harm in just giving us like a 5 or something like that. But cool. Nonetheless, a very good tanking card. You're going to be taking this. I guess the problem that I have, the only problem that I have with this is that the chances are you probably already have terrain underneath you. So at the end of the round, it's likely that this will be discarded and there will be no terrain made. Maybe that's why. I mean, maybe I'm misinterpreting that in some way, but my initial feeling is, well, hang on, the tanking build specifically wants you to be on hazardous terrain, so this whole when this is discarded create hazardous terrain is a bit weird. I guess as a like a turn 1 type play, it could be kind of interesting, but then this card exists, so I don't know. Just doesn't feel like this is particularly necessary. I don't know. The bottom of this is the next 6 times an enemy has 5 or fewer hit points. After suffering damage from hazardous terrain, kill that enemy. I mean, if they have 5 every time, that's 30 damage. It's a replayable 4 extra retaliate. That's 12 extra damage against 3 enemies. But it's kind of boring for a level 9. Yeah, no, it's a huge amount of retaliate. Absolutely. It's just like it's the kind of card that you want to top a tanking build with. It would have been nice maybe to have some extra range. Maybe this could have been like a... No, I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe it would have been fine. You know, we've only got 1 ranged retaliate card, and we got that at level 1. So, but I mean, it's very good. Just not quite sure about that thing. Feels like a win more super tank turn card, which you'll find with the victory lap at 9. Yeah, it is a bit win more for sure. The bottom of this card is kind of interesting, but maybe also a little bit like... Like, it feels like one of those bad execute cards from original Gloomhaven, but better than that because it's got 6 charges. You know, it feels very much like... What's the Beast Tyrant one? The Beast Tyrant one's like, if the bear attacks an enemy and then they have so much health they die or something. Like, there's a bad one on the Beast Tyrant. That's what it feels like. But it has 6 charges, so it's much better straight away than that one. What's the Beast Tyrant one? I feel like it's like one of the level 9s. No, the level 9s that get cards back, right? Summon cards back. Here you go. Oh, no, it's, to be fair, it's a reuse. Maybe not so bad. Still pretty bad? Yeah, maybe. It's like, why don't I just attack for 5? Like, we've literally just seen reusable attacks for crazy amounts, right? It's an interesting idea, and... But the problem is that it doesn't kill things like imps because they're not going to suffer damage from hazardous terrain and stuff, right? Yeah, and only on normals. Yeah, true. This could go on elites. And it could, in theory, go on bosses, I guess. But, I mean, I guess you just attack it for 5. Yeah, Bed of Roses is a bit of a mixed bag, really. It's a very strong tanking card, but like as Nit said, it's a victory lap card. You know, it's you're just doing you were already doing this very well, so now you're just doing it to a crazy efficient degree. The enemies are just bouncing off of you and taking a bunch of retaliate. So it just trivializes the game. It's not really meant as a... It's not really going to change your play style. It's just going to make you... Well, it's going to make that build even stronger than it already is. Okay, so let's look at the other level 9. Ravaged Earth. Consume Earth. Do an attack 5 muddle. Then this crazy pattern. Get your head around that one. And then with that thing that adds the 2 hexes on, get your head around that. It's basically everything. Just I can hit any enemy anywhere. Wherever they are. We got it. Yeah, I have to say I'm not a huge fan of these weird patterns on this character as much. I feel like they're a little bit gimmicky, but it is kind of like in theme for the character, because of course, like, you know, you've got roots and vines that just kind of grow out in different directions. It's like thematically it works, but like as somebody who I'm generally not very good at working out patterns. I like the symmetrical ones because then I don't have to worry about it. But these types of ones where, I mean, it's like it's a bit wonky. I just look at it and my brain gets a bit scrambled, and I'm kind of like, I'm not really seeing it, you know? Just my OCD objecting. I just look at it and I feel like I'm sure I can just hit all of the things, right? I just hit all of the things. I'm sure of it. I just hit everything. I mean, it's a great attack. It's a very, very good attack. It's just... Making my eyes go funny looking at it. 86 initiative, move 5, jump. All adjacent enemies suffer 1 damage. Create a... Oh my god. No way. No. Oh god. It's kind of ironic though, is it not? Like, I appreciate that they waited till level 9 to give you it. The straight up create Earth. There it is. The elusive create Earth, you know? I respect that you would wait that long. I thought we were never going to get it, to be honest. The Mega Cragheart. The Mega Rumbling Advance. Yeah, I mean, it's... At this point, do you care, though? Like, at this point in time, is this going to be like a... Oh, my God. Or is it going to be like, well, I've been fine without it for 9 levels, dude. Like, what... I've figured out how to work around it, you know? I have managed that part of the character. So it does feel a little bit odd. Like, sure. It's a great move. Move 5. Yeah, I felt like this character kind of not fell off, but I felt like the last, I think level 8 and 9 have been so-so. I mean, actually, this card at level 8 was cool, actually. I like this card, so maybe I'm being a bit harsh there, but this card was just more and more. This card was just big attack, extra hexes, more buffs, maybe. What do we think, chat? What do we think, guys, about this? I think in terms of choices, neither of them are like, oh my god, I can't believe what we got. But then I feel like we kind of knew that was going to happen because we were coming into, we knew that this character does not really, you know, change the formula. You know, it is a bit more of a simpler character. You know, it's geared in a more simple way, trying to use established rules. So we weren't going to get a level 9 that completely changes the game in some way. It's very unlikely. M card? Yeah, we can check that out too. Seems messy. Playing this physical uses all of the hazard tiles. Yeah, maybe. I mean, you get your own hazard tiles, so you know, you get your specific ones, and then obviously there'd be ones that you would use from the box, but it could get a bit out of hand. There is ways to remove them, though. You have 1 card to remove them, which may to be fair, maybe I undervalued that card somewhat, because maybe being able to remove hazardous terrain is actually going to be a really important trick that you should have, because I think this was the only way to actually remove it. Well, you do have a maximum limit. What was it, like 5 or something? Seven. It's quite a lot. 7. The best way to remove is by making more. Yeah. Well, 7 is a lot, though. It's just a lot of tiles. I do like this character, though. Like, it feels like it would be fun to play. Powerful too. It's definitely got some great power. Does it? I guess in terms of like when people are looking at custom classes, though, I will say, like, you know, does this class do enough in terms of kind of exploring the breadth. It's a very safe character. It's kind of like it's hard to go wrong, if you know what I mean. Like, there's nothing here that's like particularly innovative, but it's a very good condensing and refinement of certain elements of the game that I quite like. Again, like this feels like a classic Gloomhaven character in that way. You know, it feels like this could be played, this could have existed in regular Gloomhaven, and you probably wouldn't have really been able to tell. The only thing that's a bit weird is, you know, some of this stuff is maybe a little bit more kind of a bit different. You know, it kind of breaks some of the element norms that you would expect. You know, you would expect characters to make elements that they could use, or you would expect maybe to see that, you know, the conversion symbol, the wild to whatever you want, or, you know, whatever to whatever. Like, you didn't really get loads of that. There was a bit of like chaining to keep them going, right? There was this that keeps things going. Yeah, I would say like I like it, and I'd like to try it out and play it because I'm interested to see how messing around with more hazardous terrain actually affects the enemies, and these patterns, like how we can kind of try and create these kind of weird and wonderful patterns. But I don't know whether or not I would really be massively keen at playing high level of this character. Like, I think, like, I pretty much was happy with the character around level 6. At this point onwards, there were some interesting cards that look kind of fun to play with, but I could pretty comfortably say that from 6 onwards, I feel like I've played what I wanted. You definitely want to get to level 5 to either pick this or this, for sure. All right, M card. M card. Okay. So the M card is the Milestone card, for those that don't know. Takes, on average, I think it's about 3 scenarios in order for you to unlock this. Then it's just a card that's added to your available pool of cards for you to take. So this was something that was added in Trail of Ashes, but it did come with retroactive milestone cards for all of the Crimson Scales classes. So you can print these out if you miss them for your version of Crimson Scales. So Amanita Spores, I hope I said that right. Attack 2, target all enemies at exactly range 2. Consume Dark to get advantage and Muddle. That seems quite good. Dark conversion's a bit of a weird one. We only had one card that could make Dark in the entirety of what we were doing, and that was a burn, so... That's a very strong attack, though, if you could get Dark reliably. Possibly a good sideboard card, maybe? And, you know, depending on if your party is making Dark or the scenario itself is making Dark. Could be kind of interesting. I don't know. It's a great attack. Attack 2 targeting all enemies at range 2. You know, you can... That works well for you because you probably just place some hazardous terrain around, and you just sort of use that as a way as like a breakwater to stop them from coming into you, right? Just use that as a bit of a blocker. So range 2 is should be fairly easy for you to orchestrate several enemies at range 2. 42 initiative, meh. Move 2, poison. Target 1 adjacent enemy. Target all enemies and generate earth instead if dark is strong or waning. Oh, okay. So it could move 2, potentially poison all adjacent enemies and generate earth if dark is there. Okay, so yeah, this is definitely like a card that you would have for like a certain pairing or something like that. Like if you've got a certain character, like a teammate who makes dark, this card's great. Really good. But if you don't have someone who makes dark, or there is no dark being made in this scenario, then this card is pretty average, to be honest, I would say. Attacking all enemies at exactly range 2, just flat, without the advantage of muddle, is still pretty good, but like I said, your deck is not the best. You do have some bottom strengthen abilities. You did have one quite good bottom strengthen ability, so maybe you can use that to your advantage. Like, you can actually get advantage through other means. You don't necessarily need the dark. So, but this bottom, I think, is probably where it's at. I would like to try and make this bottom work, because generating earth is obviously fantastic for you, but getting to poison a bunch of enemies, you've got poison 2 or 3 enemies, and then immediately go into one of your really strong attacks. You know, you could, in theory, with spores, you could combo it with the, like this, for example. I mean, think how good that would be. Go in and like poison 3 guys and attack them for 3 a muddle. Winner, winner. So there's definitely some really, really nice synergy here. But as far as milestone cards go, you know, this almost feels like, I mean, like, it feels like an X card, but it's in that kind of range, which I think is fine. You know, there are the milestone cards that I've seen that I've liked so far have been ones that have given you something a little bit different, or a different like angle of attack, or so just some other way of interacting in a different way. Like, I really like the chieftain one, because the chieftain one gave you a flying mount. So suddenly, whereas before you were having to, you know, move around normally, suddenly you've got the opportunity to actually pretty much gain flying and then run around. So I thought, no, that's cool, because he can actually go in a slightly different way of attacking and way of playing. And this is similar, because it would be, you know, some people, if they've built, I guess the thing with this is that if you have created a party specifically that can create earth and light as well as just you, to give yourself some really nice synergies with your elements, then a card like this, you'll get it and you'll be like, I probably won't use it, because there's no benefit to it. But if you were playing like in a average party, then this could be the thing that kind of gets you going. This could be like an MVP type card if you find yourself in a party where they're not doing any light, they're not doing any earth, but you got one guy in there making dark every now and again. Here you go. You got a good synergy. So there we have the Thornreaper, a class that I think is fairly basic, really, in terms of its mechanics. It doesn't really advance for me into like some kind of really interesting character to play. I feel like there's some elements of it that are good, and there are some fun things there, but it doesn't maybe build on things as much as other classes do. It doesn't really kind of evolve the classes. It feels like a class that could again be a vanilla Gloomhaven class. That's not necessarily a bad thing. I think the world needs simpler classes. You don't want everybody playing these ridiculously complicated classes that have all these different mechanics. It makes the game a bit of a mess. So I do like having an option for more simpler characters. But this one for me just didn't really kind of do anything new or massively exciting that I was very interesting to try out. But thematically a nice character for sure, and has some sort of powerful abilities and some great ways of manipulating the battlefield, which I generally am a fan of. So I think it would be fun to play, but Is it really like jumping out at me as something that I want to try as someone who's tried many classes before? Not particularly, I would say, but still not a bad class nonetheless. Before we finish the video, a big thank you as always to my supporters over on Patreon, and Mike Truck Driving Gamer as well for the legendary support. Thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate it, and everybody who supports over on Patreon. Also, those of you who sub over on Twitch at twitch.tv/managerequest. I really appreciate everybody who comes over there, watches, follows, just hangs out. It's very much appreciated. And right now we are playing through Crimson Scales. So if you'd like to come and hang out and watch that, but I will be playing Frosthaven also on the channel very soon, as soon as my physical copy actually lands here in the UK, which is now looking like it's going to be January. So a little bit more time to wait, but hopefully after Christmas, we'll have that to get stuck into. Okay, all it's left for me to say is, again, as always, thank you all so much for watching. I will catch you in the next video. Bye.
I think so. Yeah.
Oh,
Scout
that's the blessing from Jam.
Yeah.
That's the blessing
So,
from.
Isaac, at this point, can we get your approval to add an additional attack modifier deck for allies in the digital version?